This video is about a game about murder, and why some murder is okay. Most other video games attempt to rationalize the character's actions behind their motives, history, etc. Some characters murder for revenge, others because they have to, some because they're forced to, or otherwise simply because of their circumstances. But rarely does a game put you in the shoes of a well and true murderer. Not to be confused with games where you play as a villain and explicitly are framed as the bad guy. I'm talking the hero of the story, the protagonist, is an unfaltering, walking cyclone of death and mass destruction, and is still hailed as the good guy. The game in question, of course, is Ninja Gaiden 2 for the Xbox 360. Ninja Gaiden 2 is second in line in Team Ninja's Ninja Gaiden catalog. Some of you guys might have already watched my video on the first Ninja Gaiden game, and if not, well, it's not necessary for understanding what's happening in this video. I'd recommend checking it out anyway, since I'll be calling back to it a fair number of times in the future. I had much to say about that game, and probably even more about this one, so you better get your bib ready, because I'm about to serve a 5-course meal of shit for the next few hours. Speaking of the last video, I briefly touched on the history of the Ninja Gaiden games at the start, but I didn't really go into depth the way I wanted to. So this time I'll actually discuss some specifics regarding the series, namely the guy responsible for the modern run of the Ninja Gaiden games. Say hello to Tomonobu Itagaki, former executive producer of the Ninja Gaiden games, Dead or Alive games, and the #1 biggest Tekken hater in the entire world. Itagaki is more or less responsible for not only the success of the modern Ninja Gaiden games, but for much of Team Ninja / Koei Tecmo's success as a whole during the early 2000s. His work on the first Dead or Alive game, which managed to resuscitate Tecmo from the brink of financial extinction at the time, as well as his major role in creating Ninja Gaiden 2004 for the original Xbox, gained him considerable notoriety in the Japanese gaming industry, and really just the general international gaming industry at the time. This, paired with his rather eccentric public image, made him something of an icon in the more niche gamer subcultures during the early 360 era. Following the success of Ninja Gaiden Black in 2005, Itagaki and Team Ninja had some pretty big expectations to live up to with the sequel, which at the time would not even be revealed until 2007 at that year's Tokyo Game Show, where prior to the world premiere footage being dropped, Itagaki literally claimed that Ninja Gaiden 2 is the world's best action game running on the world's most powerful hardware, the Xbox 360. Which is a pretty fucking insane claim to make, but Itagaki is no hack. Oh no. He had proof to back it up, with several minutes of ball-popping, eye-shitting, brain-melting live footage on stage. Whoops, oh yeah, wrong footage, silly me. Ninja Gaiden 2 was slated for release June 3rd of the following year, and after some rough patches in development, it finally dropped, and to raving reviews. Now, was it truly the world's best action game running on the world's most powerful hardware, the Xbox 360? I'll give my personal 2 cents on that later, but critics were quite pleased with the game, as it had a pretty good launch with excellent sales. So now you're probably wondering, if this Itagaki guy was so important in making Ninja Gaiden so popular, why didn't you mention him at all in the last video? Which is a great question. The answer is that Itagaki had a catastrophic falling out with Koei Tecmo, Team Ninja's parent company, over pay disputes, and on top of resigning from his position as executive officer, sued the president of Tecmo for a little over $1 million fucking dollars. The damages included demeaning remarks pertaining towards Itagaki and his team, on top of violating a bonus pay agreement. Itagaki had expressed his qualms with Tecmo's president, Yoshimi Yasuda, directly, to which Yasuda literally told Itagaki to fuck off and sue him if he has a problem, which he absolutely did. Not only that, there were other issues Itagaki had with Koei Tecmo earlier in his career, namely during development of Dead or Alive 2, whereupon Tecmo had only given Itagaki 2.5 months to develop the game in time for the PS2's launch. To make matters worse, while the game was still in a rushed, totally unplayable, incomplete state, a sales manager walked into the studio one day and asked if he could borrow a copy to playtest the game, which Itagaki agreed to because, naturally, why not? This guy's just a playtester, what's the worst that could happen? Turns out, that copy was never even playtested, and was instead used as the release build, and was shipped off for retail. This debauchery was an act of such high betrayal that Itagaki fell into a 3 to 4 month alcoholic depression, to which Itagaki himself was quoted to say in an interview, "How much did I drink? From morning until night, but no matter how much I drank, I never got drunk." Yeah. Yeah. Real fucked up shit. There was some other stuff where Itagaki got caught up in some sexual harassment allegations during the production of Ninja Gaiden 2, and was demoted from his executive officer position, but hey, that's not really relevant right now, but I thought I'd talk about it anyway. As of July of 2008, Itagaki parted ways with Koei Tecmo and went off to do his own stuff. He formed another studio a few years later, Valhalla Game Studios, who you might know for a little game called Devil's Third. Maybe it rings a bell? Maybe you never heard of it? Maybe that's a good thing. Yeah, Devil's Third was a complete smoldering dumpster fire. But it wasn't all Itagaki's fault, to his credit. There were a ton of fuck-ups. Major fuck-ups during development. And all in all, that's a whole other conversation for another day. Valhalla Game Studios kinda went under, and Itagaki was on his own once again. Team Ninja, on the other hand, was doing pretty goddamn awful, at least for the first few years. Itagaki's leadership role was replaced by Yosuke Hayashi, who was responsible for carrying on the torch into Ninja Gaiden 3. And oh boy, just you wait for the next Ninja Gaiden video for that shit. He was also behind Ninja Gaiden Sigma and Ninja Gaiden Sigma 2, his finer moments in my opinion. This is why I never mentioned Itagaki in my first video, because I covered Ninja Gaiden Sigma, a project he essentially had zero involvement in, so I felt there wasn't really any point in bringing him up. This video is different. This is mostly in very, very big quotations, about Ninja Gaiden 2, not Sigma 2, for clarification. These are two very, very different games, much more so than Ninja Gaiden Black and Ninja Gaiden Sigma, to the point where I'm going to be laying out the comparisons a little differently compared to the last video. There's so much shit that's changed between 2 and Sigma 2 that I could not possibly fit it all into this intro segment like I did for the last game. There's also the question regarding why I didn't just review Sigma 2 instead of regular Ninja Gaiden 2, and that's because I wouldn't be doing this game justice at all if I stuck to Sigma 2. You'll see why very shortly. I consider Ninja Gaiden Black and Ninja Gaiden Sigma to be nearly interchangeable, so I just went with the more accessible version with that video. Here, I had to whip it out. I had to go all the way. I hauled my fucking Xbox 360 out from my closet, and performed occult, hermetic, alchemical rites to restore that shit to working condition. I also had to locate a capture card in order to get the footage necessary. It is true that I could have just played Ninja Gaiden Sigma 2 on PC via the Master Collection, but trust and believe me, this was worth all the trouble. Ninja Gaiden 2 for the Xbox 360 is pure fucking lunacy. This game is simply chaos incarnate. There's so much happening at any given moment, you feel like you're going to shit your fucking eyes out. In a good way. I'll list some important general differences between this and Sigma briefly, but the rest will be done on a level-by-level basis. First and foremost is the gore. Ninja Gaiden 2 is a very, very bloody game. Probably the most violent of the early 7th gen era. Upon attacking enemies, limbs are usually seen flying everywhere, followed by a rain of blood spraying from every open wound. Ryu has a series of brutal execution moves for nearly every enemy in the game. Bodies are persistent and will stay for extended periods of time. Sigma 2 tones the gore down to a borderline cartoonish degree. The flying limbs are gone and are instead replaced with a funky purple mist. Executions are still in since they're integral to the gameplay, but feel less cool by proxy. OG Ninja Gaiden 2 throws almost unreasonable amounts of enemies on the screen at times, bordering on something you'd see out of Devil May Cry's LDK mode. Sigma 2 neuters the enemy count by a significant margin, making the game generally easier as a result. For just these two differences alone, many people consider Sigma 2 to be a bastardized, flawed version of the intended Ninja Gaiden 2 experience. But these people tend to ignore the many things Sigma 2 added, like the Dabalaro, extra boss fights, and extra missions, featuring the titular Ninja Gaiden / Dead or Alive exotic waifu trio, Rachel, Ayane, and Momiji, just to lay out a few of the many additions Sigma 2 has, among its numerous reductions. Despite what a lot of people may think, I do stand by the opinion that these games stand on equal ground. They both have their strengths and they both have their weaknesses. For anyone new to the series, I'd recommend Sigma 2 as the performance on PC is immaculate. But if you happen to own an Xbox 360/1/Series X, definitely check out OG Ninja Gaiden 2 if you can. As I said, these games are almost polar opposites, so I think it's worth the trouble to compare them when it's relevant. Also, just like the last video, full spoilers from this point forward, if you care. Well, I suppose the time has come. I'll be sticking to Path of the Mentor difficulty, Ninja Gaiden 2's hard mode. Funnily enough, Sigma 2 considers Mentor to be the very hard mode, which is honestly more fitting. These are just different costumes Ryu can select before starting a new campaign. Ryu's classic gimp suit is fine enough for me. This opening cutscene mostly lists the credits for the first half or so before we get into the story.
Let me get this straight. You don't have a clue where I can find Ryu Hayabusa?
No one knows where a ninja goes. Do you have business with Ryu?
I do.
And what might that be?
All I'll say is that it concerns the Archfiend.
Oh, the Archfiend.
Ninja Gaiden 2's story wastes no time getting started. All we know so far is that there's some guy or thing called the Archfiend, and Ryu is apparently the only person capable of stopping it. I would say that it's kinda hard to understand just what the fuck is going on, but you'll vaguely recognize these guys if you played the first game. These are the dudes from the Black Spider Clan, who are really just generic bad ninjas. Ryu comes in for the rescue and cuts this guy in fucking half, but oh no, Ryu wasn't fast enough, and then this girl gets kidnapped, and then now there's like 8 guys in the arena. There's so fucking many, literally. How is anyone supposed to survive this shit? What the fuck? Okay, I'm good now. Man, X360 magazine wasn't lying. You know a game is about to be some crazy shit when this is the first encounter they throw at you. Do keep in mind that this is still Path of the Mentor, not exactly beginner friendly, so the difficulty curve is going to be insane. This does not reflect the beginner difficulty. I died maybe 5 times trying to get this footage alone. Ninja Gaiden 2 takes a pretty similar approach to DMC3 in terms of introducing the player to the game. That being throwing them into a room full of enemies and seeing just what the fuck happens. This transcends my flaming alligator pit bicycle analogy from the last video. Instead of asking your dad how to ride a bike, this is like if you went directly to the pits of hell and consulted the fucking devil as your personal BMX coach. Ninja Gaiden 2 pulls no punches with its opening combat encounter, and it speaks to what kind of game you just got your sorry ass into. Ninja Gaiden 2 knows exactly what it is and what it expects from you. This alone establishes the fact that you are going to eat shit and continue to eat shit, and you are going to like it. The silver lining being that when you eat enough of that shit in question, you'll eventually get the hang of it, and maybe even actually enjoy it. See? Only took, what, 8 tries? All the advice I could give to anyone in this situation would be to keep moving. Literally do not stop. Standing still for even a second is asking for death. Afterwards is a cutscene with Muramasa still intact after that box avalanche.
Oh, why, if it isn't Ryu?
I guess now's a good time to point out a comparison between Ninja Gaiden 2 and Ninja Gaiden 2 Sigma, that being the slight but definitely noticeable difference in graphics. Sigma 2 definitely has a shift in art style, and Ryu overall is more detailed, especially in the face region. Well, at least the parts that you can see. The overall color palette and art style looks more saturated too, but apart from that, I'll be totally honest, these two look almost identical. The path forward is through this hallway, filled with tactical operatives wielding rocket launchers with one arm. This used to be a series about fighting ninjas. Technically, these guys are still ninjas. They're members of the rival Black Spider clan I mentioned earlier. So are these guys with the machine guns in this hallway. How a clan of warriors built on ancient values, isolated from society, managed to operate on the level of what's basically a terrorist military organization is beyond me. The only saving grace these guys have is that they still fall back on the old reliable katana in close range. I died here more times than I'd like to admit, so let me touch on some of Ninja Gaiden 2's deeper combat mechanics since I have so much footage of this one fucking hallway. A unique function of Ninja Gaiden 2's combat is its dismemberment system. As you can see, just visually, this shit fucking slaps. The feedback is tremendously detailed and smooth, with enemies physically recoiling and reeling from losing their limbs. But on a mechanical level, it serves to make enemies more aggressive as they take damage, which is a really cool concept I haven't really seen explored much outside of this game. And this is almost every enemy, not just specific ones, mind you. I guess enemies entering DT and DMC's higher difficulties counts a bit, but it's not quite the same. Mortally wounded enemies are literally some of the most dangerous fuckers in the universe. Doesn't matter if they're missing an arm or a leg, they keep fighting. Do not let them get close to you either. Wounded enemies have a special grab attack that, if successful, usually results in them latching onto Ryu and fucking exploding. You can thankfully cancel the grab through button mashing your controller until it's actually completely disintegrated in your hand, but usually not without the initial grab move already dealing considerable damage. Grab moves aren't just limited to wounded enemies though. All enemies have grab moves in this game. Moving on, I'd just like to say that this hallway is actually the worst fucking area in any starting level I've ever played. Who possibly could have thought this was a good idea? This is what literally made me turn down the difficulty and try this level on normal mode. Maybe it's just because I am a well and true freak, but this felt way too easy. Mentor's difficulty already rubbed off on me, and Path of the Warrior just didn't feel as gratifying. I don't suggest this for beginners, by the way. Do not listen to me. And a backwards change of events, this hallway was a piece of cake when I gave it another try. Oh yeah, in case you forgot, this is still technically the tutorial. Ninja Gaiden 2 does it basically the same as the first game, in the sense that you can freely ignore most of these info prompts if you wish. Only thing missing is Ayane's high-pitched nagging. This other chest is Art of the Inferno. Hell yeah, boy, we get this shit extra early now. It's functionally identical to the first game's Art of the Inferno, only I think it actually feels more like you're hurling a massive ball of fire this time, instead of shooting a ki blast from your hands. Enemies also get engulfed in flame and scream in horrific agony now, which is also great. Overall, a positive change. Ninpo in general feels a lot more encouraged in this game. You find a lot of red orbs just lying around in chests compared to how scarce they used to be. Over here's a health upgrade. They work the same way they did in the last game. The healing elixirs have been replaced with these twigs. I can only assume Ryu rolls these into a blunt and smokes them, unless this guy is actually out here eating sticks. Ultimate techniques are still the most powerful bullshit ever. You can still absorb essence to charge them quicker, and they even have hyper armor in this game too. Although I think Ryu is still liable to get grabbed. Through here's another encounter with some rocket guys across a bridge. Just get used to this shit, it's gonna keep happening for the rest of the game. Also, a small note, just to lay out a comparison to Ninja Gaiden 1, I found myself using shurikens far more often in this game than I ever did in Ninja Gaiden Black/Sigma. In that game they felt just really underutilized. It didn't feel like they made too much of a difference in combat, but here, these things work wonders for stunning enemies temporarily, even if it's just for a second. Here's the classic Ninja Gaiden parkour shaft, and just a slew of fresh victims waiting on the top. This guy is a special variant of the rocket launcher dudes from earlier. This shit fires an entire barrage instead of just one. Upstream you can find a chest hidden in a raft. Oh man, you're never gonna fucking guess what's in this one. It's a miracle. You know, some things just never change. It actually baffles me that they managed to make the bats somehow even worse than in the first game. They do actual damage now. Just don't open this shit, dog. Downstream is another Homo Thug Ninja sneak attack, with a Life of the Gods too. Collecting 9 grants Ryu an increase to his health bar, for those who may not know. Here's a pleasant scenic view of Sky City, Tokyo. And my god, does this level look amazing. For all and any flaws that Ninja Gaiden 2 might have, Team Ninja definitely went hard as fucking diamonds in the art direction. These visual aesthetics are outrageously good for the time. It manages to distinguish itself from both Ninja Gaiden 1 and other games during its era. Ninja Gaiden 2 makes a pretty big point on contrasting beauty with graphic violence. You'll see later that most levels have some sort of central focal point when it comes to the visual level design, and the rest of the scenery is built around it. Typically it's some big ass structure, be it a tower, a temple, or later on some real crazy ass incomprehensible shit, and its striking beauty is directly contrasted with Ryu going on a one-man genocidal killing spree in the foreground. Paints an oddly picturesque image, and I'm convinced it's exactly what Itagaki and Team Ninja were shooting for. Up here's a crystal skull, Ninja Gaiden 2's collectible item. Not nearly as useful as the golden scarabs from the first game, as these just increase your karma score, aka style/kill points, at the end of a mission. This is straight up going to sound like I made this up. This is gonna sound like some creepypasta bullshit. But collecting all 30 throughout the game allows you to collect the secret giant skull, which not only gives a boost to your karma points, but also apparently increases the damage done by enemies, causes them to look different, use new moves, and even refer to the real player by their first and last name, home address, social security number, date of birth, current vitals and heart rate, and even their deepest and darkest secrets. Real creepy Sonic.exe type shit. Sigma 2 makes them slightly more useful, with each skull applying a discount to Muramasa's shop. No big skull in this game though. I must be actually fucking stupid to keep falling for this shit. Good orbs though. Through this passage is a spacious combat arena that wrecked my shit a fair couple of times. But beyond that, it is pretty unremarkable. Is what I'd say if this exact same arena in Sigma 2 didn't feature a boss fight with a giant sentient Buddha statue. You heard that right. This might seem completely out of the blue, but please hear me out. This guy, well, thing, actually showed up a little while ago in a short cutscene in Sigma 2, but that's literally all the context given for this situation. Ryu doesn't even really say anything here, he just kinda grunts. It's never laid out exactly why on earth this shit is going on, but fuck it, who cares? This shit is kinda cool. Not the best boss fight ever, but at least it was entertaining. Regardless, after fighting whatever may be in this arena, Ryu can get his hands on none other than the Lunar Staff. The Lunar is honestly the same as it was before, although it starts out much stronger than it used to. A small detail I love about this weapon is how it smashes enemy limbs into bits, as opposed to the Dragon Sword's clean cuts. Fucking gore and viscera really go flying when you whip this bad boy out. Can't say the same for Sigma 2, unfortunately. Across the bridge is this peaceful little house with some grains in the back. These are your great heals for this game. And I guess Ryu eats these too? This guy has the diet of a fucking bird. Well, I guess that adds up. Out in the courtyard is another combat arena, which, interestingly enough, has free essence flowing out of the corners on easier difficulties. Basically for free ultimate techniques for new players. Path of the Mentor has no such luxuries, however. While we're here, I'm gonna keep praising the visual design of this level because I am eating this shit up. Everything about this area looks fantastic. From the night setting paired with the metropolitan city to the general Japanese aesthetic underneath all of it, this is probably the best looking level in the game. Not to say it drops off after this point, but simply because they really knocked it out of the park with this one. 10 out of 10 visuals, fucking love it. Through here and a few enemies is the first Muramasa shop of the game. And yeah, it is certainly a shop. You can buy things. With money. Nothing new. One big difference between Sigma 2 and OG 2 here is that with the latter, as long as you have Essence, you can upgrade all day. The former, however, restricts the player to one weapon upgrade every so often. If I remember correctly, I think it's one per level. Not a fan of this change personally, since despite making weapon upgrades completely free, I end up finding myself having so much essence I don't know what to fucking do with it. With OG Ninja Gaiden 2, as long as you're killing, you'll probably have enough to upgrade. Upgrading the Dragon Sword gets us the fucking Azuna drop, baby. We get this shit extra early in this game too. It's over! We won! We won the game. Easy mode has just been turned on. Itagaki is too generous. In case you're wondering, yes, it is just as powerful as you remember. The path ahead is straightforward, literally and figuratively. It's just a matter of heading downwards onto this bridge. This is where I noticed a weird quirk with Ninja Gaiden 2's camera. It has this bizarre, shaky action cam effect when Ryu is in motion. Hard to pick up on anywhere else in the game, but here it really sticks out. This bridge encounter is scattered with these annoying-ass cluster rocket dickheads, so I'd say prioritizing them is the least painful way of dealing with this shit. After they're gone, the rest of the Spec Ops ninjas are easy pickings. When everyone's dealt with, Ryu can approach the big tower where he... I don't know, they don't explain how he gets up here, but suspend your disbelief for a little longer. It gets crazier. These fucking guys again. They're much less of a pain in the ass now since Ryu's more kitted, but it's still not a fun fight. Either way, this is the home stretch for Sky City, Tokyo. Steel yourself for the next few floors because it's gonna be non-stop until the end. This is such a nice ass skybox. Not the prettiest up close, but it's honestly pretty convincing from a distance. Down here is a key refill, they're mushrooms now, which means Ryu's gone off the deep end and is now abusing psychedelics. That trip to Vigor really fucked our boy up. Upstairs is more Carnage, followed by a locked door, so we gotta go all the way to the top to grab a key card. quiet moments like this are both brief and sparse in this game, and I kinda wish it had a little more open-ended exploration. Up here is the final 2 areas before the boss of this level, so make sure you don't fuck up too bad, otherwise you won't have enough heals for the fight. The body language of this game is so damn aggressive. That's everyone. Time to end this shit.
You shall not pass.
Resetsu might seem really intimidating, especially with this game carrying on the Ninja Gaiden tradition of goons in the arena, but I found him to be a pushover. The Dragon Sword takes pretty big chunks out of his health bar, and the other ninjas didn't really bother me nearly as much as I thought they would. They're still a major fucking ball ache to deal with regardless. The arena is surprisingly spacious, and even Resetsu himself is a pretty forgiving boss. Sigma 2 makes this even easier, as it omits the other ninjas entirely, keeping it a 1v1 fight, though Ryu does noticeably less damage. As soon as he's staggered, you could finish this big bastard off for good. You thought it was over, didn't you? That's right, Sigma 2 makes you fight this shitty boss twice. The second time around is just about as bad as the first. I couldn't tell you why the fuck this is in the game, it's not explained whatsoever. Is it possessed? Is it robotic?
You be squirting, or you on the cream team?
These are questions that may never be answered. Can't exactly blame Itagaki for this one though, he didn't make Sigma 2 after all. Just hit the fucker's hands and watch where you dodge. Could be worse, it's whatever. At least the finishing move is cool. Please take me back to OG Ninja Gaiden 2 now. Ryu manages to finally save this young lady from certain death, and we learn that she's nothing more than a tool of the CIA. This is Sonya, she's gonna be a recurring character in this game. She's a CIA agent.
So, what does the CIA want with me?
We have a serious problem. The fiends are trying to resurrect the Archfiend. We can't let that happen.
I see the agency's broadened its horizons.
They're heading for the Hayabusa village. They're after the demon statue.
For you, dropping one-liners is certainly something I'd never thought I'd see. Anyways, the Hayabusa village is up next. Again. This will probably invoke some deja vu in some of you if you came off the last Ninja Gaiden video. It's the Hayabusa village again. This scene opens with what I can only describe as the aftermath of the world's worst blunt rotation. If you read the text blurb at the start, you'll have an idea of who these two are. The guy with the ponytail is Ryu's father, and yes, his name is Joe. Fucking Joe. The other guy is Genshin, who I'll get to when he comes up later. All you need to know for now is that he's the leader of the Black Spider clan, and he's looking to start some shit.
The ties that bind our clans are severed tonight. Blood stains on my blade. Fool.
Yep, we're back here, and Ryu's catching hands right out of the gate. This level isn't exactly identical to the second mission of the first game, but the first few minutes are pretty close. You might recognize a few areas. This was where Ryu got the Eye of the Dragon last time. As for what's different, well, you'll see. Honestly, there's not much to say about this level right now. Enemies are more of the same from the last chapter, and the rocket guys are just as annoying as ever. Through this door is an optional arena you can do, and a familiar sight for those acquainted with the last game. It's an ambush encounter, which is basically just a side arena you can do for some extra items. One thing I'd noticed between the ambush encounters here and in the first game is that Ninja Gaiden 2's ambushes are mercifully shorter than Ninja Gaiden 1's by magnitudes. Don't get me wrong, this had me fighting within an inch of my life, but it hardly holds a key to the Triple Triceratops tag team from the last game. Regardless, you can get a free health upgrade for this, so I think it's worth it. Moving on is another round with the Spec Ops guys. All I'll say is get used to it. I guess something to mention while we're here is the music in this game. Compared to the first Ninja Gaiden, I honestly think it's a downgrade. Most tracks seem to blend together into this giant auditory generic orchestral slop, in addition to the music being a lot less ambient and more actiony. There were a lot of tracks in the first game that were pretty chill and memorable, but most of these are just whatever. You'll see what I mean later on. Up here is where the real level begins, and soon enough you'll start to see this level diverge pretty heavily from its progenitor. First things first though, through this rocket launcher murder hallway, is this big room on the right. If you can make it through this next encounter in one piece, that goes for this fucking chest too, Ryu can get his hands on his next set of arms. Literally. Behold the Falcon's Talons. The Talons really need no introduction. They definitely speak for themselves, but it is worth noting that the Talons are the first fist-related weapon we've seen so far in the series, and that means these attacks can come out real fucking quick. This, combined with the Talon's propensity for chaining attacks, effectively can turn Ryu into a walking, human-sized blender. All in all, good shit. Make sure you kill everything in here, by the way. It'll seem like enemies are spawning infinitely, but eventually they'll stop, and you can collect this little trinket right here. We'll get more use out of this later. Up ahead is just peak level design. There's rocket launcher guys in the fucking watchtowers, but don't worry, it gets worse. Prepare to be shelled harder than the trenches of the fucking Argonne, because you are about to have several hundred rockets shoved directly up your fucking asshole. Non-stop, for at least 30 seconds. There's even more watchtowers, but these guys have chain rocket launchers with unlimited range. They have unlimited range. I typically suggest some kind of strategy for something like this, but in this situation, you just gotta tank that shit, dude. To add on to the pressure, if you die here, it's all the way back to the start of the fortress. I learned this the hard way. After your eardrums have been thoroughly shattered by incessant bomb shelling, you've got to fight your way up the staircase to the next save point. Again, it gets worse. If you don't have any heals, buy them here and please use them sparingly. Up and through this cave tunnel, you'll find this... Wait. You'll find an access point back to the surface, with just a really cool and awesome time waiting for you at the top of the staircase. Literally just ignore the regular ones and shoot for the rocket guys. They should take priority over literally anything else in a given arena. Just make sure you don't get finger blasted at point blank range like I did. The game's gonna cool it with the chain rockets for a little bit, so enjoy the quietude while it lasts. After the skirmish on this plateau, you'll get a nice little health boost courtesy of Itagaki himself. And just like that, it's back to another round of suffering. Really, the best strat by this point is Azuna dropping any rocket guys you see at any given opportunity. I've had it up to here with these rocket guys. I sure do hope that Team Ninja switches these guys out for some other enemy that's less annoying, perhaps? Maybe someone we haven't seen before. Maybe throw in some variety. Or not. Yeah, let's just do this again. Fuck it. Like the great and wise Itagaki sensei once said, because if it's not bullshit, why bother? Izuna drop is a total lifesaver here, but beyond that, you'll just have to rely on your mobility and outmaneuver the kunais as best as you can. Honestly, it's better to just say fuck it and jump into this hole to avoid falling off the roof for the 5th time in a row. Not like this place is much better. If you manage to clear off the rooftop, then this little area underneath should be a pushover. And that's it for now. This is a safe space. Take a little breath, drink some water. Here's some snacks. We got catering over here. Here's a free bow and arrow, and holy shit! You can charge the bow now! This totally makes up for all the shit I just went through. Prepare yourself. The freak is back for more. Okay, so this fight is just a total clusterfuck. Remember how I said a few minutes ago to use your heal sparingly? This is why. If you don't have any, prepare to fucking suffer. I'd honestly just reset the mission if I didn't have at least one medium health item on me for this shit. And where do I even begin with this fight? Apart from being non-stop chaos, this fight is basically the same one from the end of Chapter 1. Albeit now there's less room to work with, and there's more kunai dudes. The big spider fiend is still pretty squishy despite how dangerous he is, and you can reliably take chunks off his health bar, provided you can actually find an opening. I generally have no fucking clue how I killed this guy. It was a mix of strategically Azuna dropping the goons in the arena, using my fireballs, going for whatever openings I could find, and smashing my head against the brick wall for 47 minutes straight. After the big guy is dealt with, the other enemies still remain, which is a big fucking problem if you suffered an aggressive salad tossing earlier on in the battle. It's still possible to get out in one piece if you're working with a sliver of health, but you'll be fighting on a hope and a prayer at that point. Hopefully it does not come to that though. Once the nightmare is finally over, Ryu can proceed from this dragon chamber room and into this complex of hallways. One end you can find another jump scare box, the other end is the actual way forward, with plenty of enemies to keep you busy. This area is especially fucked up, considering the last save I made was before the last mini-boss, so any misstep here will be terribly grave. These kunai enemies make this about as easy as navigating a minefield with fucking moon shoes. Speaking of moon shoes, can we talk about how awful of an idea moon shoes were? Strapping trampolines to your feet sounds like a great idea on paper, but did everyone just forget that how trampolines work is that you jump off of them? That's where the jump comes from. How the fuck can you achieve any vertical velocity when the thing you're supposed to jump off of is literally attached to your feet? Imagine, if you will, jumping, but the ground follows you. That was the Moonshoes experience. Wow. Genius. In practice, you just end up dropping to the ground like a huge bitch and shattering your ankle into a million pieces. Hey, there's a save station here. Up here's the top of the dragon room, and I guess the puzzle section of this level. Puzzle in big quotations. Before we get to that though, Ryu's gotta defeat these rocket guys in a Mexican standoff on these balconies. The bow is incredibly satisfying in this game. It's so good that I'm pretty sure they use this exact same script for Neo 2. The angles are the same, but I could be wrong. Basically, this is as simple as collecting two things to put into the things. There's things on each side. This side has the blue thing. Oh, you almost got me. This guy thinks he's some kind of fucking comedian. I have trust issues. Once the jewels are in place, Ryu can now safely cross the fucking devil's toilet unmolested. Another save. Well, I guess my paranoia was unwarranted. This is also probably an omen that some shit is about to go down too. I was right. The mages from the last game make their unfortunate return here, and they're somehow even worse than before. These guys seem to specialize in using fire. In addition to lobbing infernal balls at Ryu, they can also summon geysers of flame beneath him too. They didn't put up too much of a fight though, thankfully. Nearing the top of the tower, Ryu can find another full health upgrade in this chest, and down this ladder we can even pay Muramasa a quick visit too. Please buy heals. I'm not asking. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. You will need them. After you hit the save point, it's only up from here, with another Kunai Ninja sideshow before the boss room. Before heading in, don't miss this health upgrade.
And thus the sun sets on the Dragon Ninja bloodline.
Basically, Genshin is here to collect the shrunken voodoo head in order to summon the Archfiend, aka Satan, back into the world of the living.
This statue is the talisman of Mount Fuji.
Now the sacred peak erupts.
Literally just moving it from the safe spot causes Mount Fuji to fucking explode. Luckily, Ryu is here in enough time. Never mind.
You must be Genshin.
And you must be Joe Hayabusa's little cub. It is said that a dragon ninja would die to protect the demon statue. You seem eager to fulfill your duty. Now, Elizabeth, you must keep your word.
Stop!
Your death will atone for generations of cruelty. Bloodline of the Dragon Ninja ends here.
Alright, this guy, Genshin. Much to say about this guy, Genshin. I'll start with saying that I really like his design. Through and through, this shit is fucking badass. Can't really see it too well in this fight, but I love his look. He's legit just a ninja on steroids. It's awesome. The flame design on his gi really gives him a touch of edge. Genshin, in terms of plot relevance, serves a similar purpose to Doku in the first game, in the sense that he's Ryu's nemesis, and the game really wants to sell this idea to you. Like, to the point where it feels a little forced. I mean, it does work, this fight is fucking amazing visually and in terms of gameplay, but the actual plot reasons for why these two are considered mortal enemies is actually just so dumb. Genshin is the leading warlord of the Black Spider Clan, sworn enemies of the Hayabusa Ninja Clan, Ryu's people. Makes sense why these two wouldn't like each other, honestly no more elaboration is really needed. But that's not why Genshin hates the dragon lineage so much, even though it's a perfectly fine reason in of itself. Genshin hates the dragon lineage because he's actually linked to a character from the first game. And you will never ever guess just who that is. Genshin is actually, I shit you not, related to Gamov, of all characters. This fucking clown, Gamov. And they're not just related, he's his brother. You might just be saying, wait, Ryu and Gamov never even fought, much less interacted in that game. And you're right, Ryu didn't kill him, but Murai did. Murai, being Ryu's uncle, means he's linked to the dragon lineage, thus being the impetus for Genshin's rancor towards them. Which is why anything is happening in this game at all. Gamov, jobbing to Murai, is the only reason we are fighting Genshin in this moment. Now, I'll admit, one, I'm being hyperbolic, that's not the sole reason why any of this is happening, and two, it's only quote-unquote implied he's related to Gamov, but never explicitly mentioned. Either way, all you need to know is that this dude absolutely hates Ryu's guts, and it's reflected through the gameplay. Genshin is a tough customer, and the obligatory Gita only adds an extra layer you gotta deal with. Now, despite this, I do like Genshin as a boss fight. In fact, I think he's exceedingly good. Mostly because of a concept I mentioned in the last video, that back and forth gameplay. It is here and it is in full force. At the start, it's a little annoying since the kunai guys are just a major nuisance, and Genshin can take full advantage of this and chain combo you into another reality. But once you clear out the goons, it's just a one-on-one between Ryu and Genshin, And this is where the fight really kicks off. He has these drawn out lengthy combos that seem to just keep chaining, but eventually you can take advantage of an opening or two and just start going to town on this old crotchety bastard. Just keep in mind, he can end you just as fast. This fight honestly feels similar to the doppelganger from the first game, only this time it's paced more methodically and less like a crack overdose. Again, I'd also compare it to Doku too. You can even instigate the same sword clash QTE, at least in Sigma 2. Another thing I noticed exclusive to Sigma 2 while we're talking about it, is that Genshin could utilize Ninpo here just like you can, and holy shit, it can obliterate Ryu if not dodged. It well and truly feels like a duel between two master ninjas, and if it wasn't for the guys at the start of the fight, as well as the soundtrack, unfortunately I don't find it to be very remarkable. I truthfully put this on the same tier as something like Nero Angelo from DMC1. I think this fight is both memorable and fun, and overall a fantastic introduction to Ryu and Genshin's rivalry for the rest of the game. Good shit, Team Ninja. Afterwards, Genshin does this insane anime swordsman maneuver, but Angry Joe comes back just in time to tell Ryu to chase after the demon statue.
Follow the woman. You must retrieve the statue. Go now.
But I think we all know what he was really doing. He was telling Ryu to fuck off so these two could finish their cool sword fight. If the title screen wasn't a dead giveaway already, this next chapter is in New York City, of all places. You'll see this globetrotting trend a lot with this game. Ryu gets around. I'm not even gonna acknowledge this zesty ass dude on the Statue of Liberty right now. He'll be more important in the next chapter. Just know he's really feeling himself right now and is currently trying to fuck a national monument. Ryu, on the other hand, is currently on the roof of the Empire State Building, partaking in some leisurely crazy nigga activities. Despite this mission's badass opening, I'm gonna be honest, this chapter fucking sucks, dude. Chapter 3 specifically is where some major issues in Ninja Gaiden 2's balancing become abundantly clear. But first, check out this cool ass level design. Like I said earlier, Team Ninja went all out on this game's looks. Few action games can pull off an urban environment that looks and feels this good. I guess the feel part is subjective. This level is the first time we run into some well and true fiends, and they're gonna take some getting used to. They might look pretty intimidating at first, but they actually aren't as tanky as they seem, and a few well-placed hits can have them set up for an execution. But just like any other enemy in this game, these fuckers get more aggressive than a rabid dog in heat. Really the worst of it are these fireball attacks and this lunge maneuver they can do, which will throw you off guard big time if you aren't prepared. Did I mention they can also fly? Good luck with this shit. Honestly, just having a bit of patience could get you through this no problem. But still, good fucking luck, dude. If you can't beat this encounter, might as well uninstall the game now, because the rest of this level is no picnic. After the first fiend encounter, you can head over to the right over here and get a Ninpo boost. Also a nice visit from a family of bats. Across the street into this building is, conveniently enough, a new Ninpo technique. I kinda skipped over the name here, but this is the Art of the Wind Blades, and it will be your best friend for the rest of the game. Seriously, you know how dismembering enemies is like your whole bread and butter? Well, now you can effectively dismember anything standing within a 10-foot radius instantly. I really can't imagine a more perfect attack in this game. Like, it works so damn well with the game's dismemberment mechanics. This shit literally could have been the only Ninpo technique in the game, and I don't think anyone would have complained. It's perfect. Itagaki is some kind of mad genius for thinking up this shit. Wouldn't exactly call it a legit win button though, the wind-up leaves much to be desired. And enemies will straight up just walk out of the AoE, provided you are in position correctly. I also wouldn't say it completely replaces Inferno. That mass pinpoint damage still comes in clutch from time to time. I digress though. The Falcon's talons also really shine here, with their capacity for mass murder on full display. In a lot of ways, I kind of consider the talons to be Ninja Gaiden 2's signature weapon. Something about them just perfectly encapsulates this game's whole attitude, besides being on the cover. And I love it. Up ahead we have the fucking Itagaki special, aka total fucking bullshit with a cherry on top. I can't really offer much advice for these flying gargoyles beyond killing one, using the orbs to charge your bow, and keeping that momentum going as long as humanly possible. After a certain point, I just gave up and just spam my bow as fast as I could. This goes on for a while. Sweet. Finally. Alright then. I'll just go fuck myself. This is basically just more of the same, if not a little more annoying. I would recommend charging the bow here though, since your arrows can collide with the rockets if you spam them. Afterwards you can cross this gap. You can actually go down there for some loot, but I skipped it accidentally and couldn't go back. Usually I'd replay the mission and go take a look, but this is... Mission 3 is anything but pleasant, I'm not sorry. Down on this rooftop is a much needed save station, God bless. Along with a chest full of essence that will be replaced with demonic bats on random repeat openings, because here at Team Ninja, we hate you. Down here's a pretty lengthy encounter with the Spec Ops guys. I'd personally recommend the Talons for this situation just because I love how much chaos they can create in any given combat situation, but really any weapon works as long as you're on your toes. Dragon Sword works just as well, as always. Also, big props to the level designers, again. They really captured exactly how Times Square looks on your average Thursday afternoon. Over here to the left you can pick up a small heal, you could also double back for a small war dump on this corpse, but it's not really worth getting jumped over, so I'd personally ignore it. Remarkable. Ryu has just encountered your average New York citizen on a lively midnight stroll, with traditional East Coast cuisine in hand. My god, he just socked me in the mouth. I don't really know why they had a whole cutscene for this guy when he's about as tough as any other fiend Ryu's faced up until this point. More freaks come out to play though, and I wasn't expecting this shit at all. The pounce move these guys can do comes out at speeds the human eye is incapable of registering, and generally are just a massive pain in the dick. Not to mention that skipping the cutscene will cause a split-second delay that can leave Ryu completely vulnerable for a moment or two, leaving this big gold bitch with full freedom to violently remodel Ryu's entire face. But that's not even the worst of it. Skipping this cutscene can straight up just fucking crash the game. Wow. I can't believe it. Few know that this is actually just a feature, not a bug. Aside from a few glaring issues, this encounter is a cinch. Cool side note, you can actually get a completely different Nimpo in this chapter in Sigma 2, during this encounter specifically. Art of the Flame Phoenix is basically Art of the Fire Wheels from the first game, just with a much wider radius. You end up getting this a little later in OG Ninja Gaiden 2, so I'll talk about it more there. Down this hole is the obligatory sewer section of this game, and thankfully it is mercifully short, theoretically. It's still difficult as all hell though. After activating the save statue, Ryu carves up some fiends, and a little further up, you can find this Jewel of the Demon Seal, aka Nimpo upgrade. Unlike last time, I am not going to recommend sticking with Art of the Inferno all the way this time. Instead, upgrade the wind blades to maximum as fast as possible, just trust me bro. Afterwards, we have a nice little breather of explorational downtime, but honestly, just grab these orbs and go. Nothing else to see here. Down in this area is a free heal and a free slap in the fucking face. as well as what can only be described as a platforming section. If you end up falling here, well, first of all, just don't. But second, you can grab this chest full of essence on your way back up. This is just more of the same, really. This game could use some enemy variety. You can go over here and attempt to cross this devious-ass crevice, or walk in the other direction, not currently being bombarded by rockets. There's just a crystal skull here anyways, not missing much. Up past this save station is more platforming, a chest full of cash, and the first shop statue we've seen in what feels like years. Uramasa's not selling anything new, but I do have enough essence for a weapon upgrade. So I went with the Talons, which, just like the last game, every weapon except for the Dragon Sword gets a visual overhaul with every tier. Looks pretty good to me. Fuck me, they've got bows now. Even more explosive bullshit to worry about. Terrific. The archers are somehow totally worse than the rocket and kunai guys combined, just because it feels like a sick combination of both. Not only is it a fast-moving projectile, it also explodes instantly, on impact. All you can do here is try your best to outsnipe them, otherwise I guess you can try to hit them with a flying swallow. Even then, if you whiff it, you'll just end up down here in this trench full of these purple fellows from earlier. This is either annoying at best or infuriating at worst, especially if you didn't disable the fans before coming down here. Albeit, you can use it to your advantage if you're smart. The fiends can get caught in the blades and will be slowly but aggressively shredded until they die, which takes a surprisingly long time despite being caught in a massive industrial-sized fan. Up here you can get your hands on the incendiary shurikens, which are massively improved in this game over their semi-usefulness in the first game. Ninja Gaiden 2's incendiaries are almost invaluable due to the fact that they can basically lock on and delimb anything they touch, on top of stunning enemies too. Do not sleep on these things, they are amazing. Man, he's still going at it. Poor guy. It'd be cruel to not put him out of his misery. After this, I'd honestly just recommend you double back and save, because if you think this is bad, things are about to get even worse. On your way back, you can even enter this back room over here, which is usually filled with a fuck ton of enemies. All that's here is a medium heal and a massive spit in the fucking face. The path forward has another encounter with these kunai guys, and maybe one of the worst uses of this bat enemy I've ever seen. These fucking creatures are so horribly unbalanced, it makes me actually wonder if I was ever having fun playing this shit. Thought it was over? Too bad, retard, because we put even more in the next room. Shit like this is what I meant by poor balance at the start of this chapter, and this is really just the tip of the iceberg. It really isn't Team Ninja's fault either. This game didn't have all the time it needed in the oven, and it's not hard to tell sometimes. Also, I'd consider saving after this weird vertical section. Shit is about to get hectic. This section is basically begging you to use the wind blades. I wouldn't use all my info here though. The real star of the show is this area up ahead. This big ditch is where this chapter's bullshit factor begins to hit its stride. It might not seem too bad at first, but you see these bugs right here? These men do not fucking play. There's maybe 8 to 10 of them at any given time, and are bound and determined to make your life a living hell. They'll just jump at Ryu without warning, and literally deal like 20% of your health bar immediately. Opening this fight with the wind blades does wonders to clear them out, but they're pretty likely to just come back seconds later. Not only that, but you have to deal with this mutated freak bug infestation while still fighting the regular fiends, so this entire battle is just a recipe for complete disaster. Would you believe me if I told you this isn't the worst of it though? Could you even begin to conceive of something more horribly unbalanced than this? Let me show you. Up here after this fight, you'll notice this blue circle on the ground. Remember that rod we picked up last chapter? This is what it is used for. The test of valor speaks for itself. I don't have much to say myself other than this is completely fucked. The test of valor is many things actually, but you know what it's not? Fun. This isn't fun in the slightest. It's probably the closest thing made by human hands that actually both resembles and feels like hell. So here's how and why I spent several hours trying to beat it. I willingly put myself through this because honestly, I just wanted to try it and say that I did it. I do not recommend anyone watching this video to attempt this encounter because you will 100% not enjoy it. Money back guarantee. I did it because I wanted to. Secondly, I wanted to see what I'd get. Usually challenges in Ninja Gaiden are worth the trouble. You'll either get a revive talisman or some kind of health upgrade. I did not expect this shit to take so long. After a while, I eventually figured out that you basically cannot finish this encounter normally, because the enemies spawn in waves. Continuous waves. For minutes on end. At this point in the game, Ryu is not even remotely strong enough to endure this for that long. You might have noticed that these ninjas look much different to what Ryu's faced up until this point, and that's because these are late game enemies. Like, late game. Like pre-final boss type shit. They hit harder, tank damage harder, and worst of all, will gladly sacrifice random limbs just to obliterate your health bar. So, after a little bit of searching, I discovered the key. I dub this the method. The method is a technique that abuses the dismemberment mechanic and essentially neuters 90% of the enemies in the arena to using solely ranged attacks, provided you keep your distance. Then, you can slowly but surely whittle the enemies down one by one through exhausting their spawning pools until none are left. I started with these mages, then after that I worked on these hooded fuckers for at least 10 minutes, and after those guys stopped spawning, the purple ninjas. On my successful attempt, because keep in mind I was trying this attempt back to back for hours, but on my successful attempt, I did this for nearly 25 minutes. You're probably thinking, man, 25 minutes is utterly asinine. For 25 minutes of my time, Ryu better climb out of my fucking TV screen and give me a handjob for this shit, right? While I agree the gesture would be nice, I had no such luck. The game rewards you for your autistic levels of laser-focused dedication with a full health upgrade. Alright. Cool. I'm fucking tired of this chapter, so let's just finish it up. The rest of this area isn't too bad. It's comparatively easy to the literal march through hell I just went through, so that's a plus. These rocket guys in the train car are a headache though, so I just pull out the bow here and flying swallow anyone left up here. And here... we are 3 chapters in, and I already feel like my soul has left my body. This is shit. You can make it less shit by throwing some wind blades down the tunnel. Don't use all your ki just yet though. Save at least one for the boss. Did I mention this encounter is shit? Because this is maybe the worst example of... I can't even talk straight. This is the worst example of enemy/enemy... Help. Help. This is a cry for help. This is a cry for help. Please, help me. Help me. This is maybe the worst example of level/enemy design I have ever seen. But yeah, that's it. Hope you still have a little sanity left, because we have one last tribulation to face. That's right. The fish has come out to play. There's no sugarcoating it. This is maybe the lowest point of the game. Fucking look at this thing! This is probably the worst boss ever. Like, ever. I've never seen something with absolutely zero redeeming qualities before. So this was a first. This boss is meant to be fought with bows only, and despite this gameplay gimmick, it will attempt to counter any move you make with the bow, creating a completely contradictory gameplay experience that makes you wonder just what the fuck the dev team was huffing while making this shit. So basically it has this lightning ball attack it'll summon these fish juniors that swarm Ryu at Mach 8 while dealing tremendous damage. It'll zap Ryu at close range, and it also does this. Strategy? None. Just fucking shoot it in the face, dude. The face takes more damage than the body, but it's surprisingly hard to hit. You can use Nimpo to kill the fish juniors to get some extra orbs, but honestly it's just up to RNG. Doing the trial from earlier came in clutch though. I ended up using the health upgrade basically as an extra heal if I was ever low. So that was nice. But other than that, I don't have much else to say. Instead, I will quote the action game YouTuber Salty Man. This chapter is one of the worst experiences I have ever had with a video game. Okay, so I don't think I ever really explained the basic plot of this game, or who these two are. Basically, these are two of the four greater fiends attempting to resurrect the Archfiend. Again, basically Satan. They're in New York because Alexei, the twink, was chilling here for a couple thousand years. The nice young lady next to him is Elizabeth, also a greater fiend, who's going around the world awakening her fellow greater fiends in order to further her agenda. I'll start this chapter by saying, overall, it's a big improvement on the last one, by a country mile. Still some issues here and there, but compared to chapter 3, it's night and day out here. Putting the bats here is just evil though. Itagaki put these here himself, you know. Things start off pretty basic with the usual order of pain we've been eating for a few hours now. It's way easier to deal with now since Ryu's form are properly equipped. Encounters like this with human enemies are getting less annoying, and dare I say, somewhat fun now. I'll tell you what's not fun, this next encounter. And really most encounters with these fiends. I'd honestly just whip out the wind blades and mop up whatever comes next. If you're sick of the metro tunnel scenery yet, I've got good news, we're almost out of here. This boxed off room is a really great opportunity to make use of the talons if you haven't already. They make short work of anything in close quarters, and by short work I mean literally turn anything into pudding. This area also has quite a bit of loot you can grab on your way out, like this herb in this room, this herb over here, and this mushroom in this corner. Oh, okay. Okay, that's enough! You can stop spawn! After intruding on the local rocket enthusiast meetup, Ryu can blast open these barrels, and finally breathe some fresh air. Only he's not alone. If you know anything about Japanese video games, you probably already know that any dog type enemy is immediately going to be the worst thing ever. Ninja Gaiden 2 is no exception. I'll sum up why these dogs suck. You can't dismember them. As a result, they're much harder to face in groups like this, and overall they're just utter baloney. Best bet is using Nimpo when they're grouped up. You might get lucky and have them glitch out like this. Also, might just be because I was underground for like the past hour or so, but the atmosphere in this scenery holds up real well. Shit is beautiful. Moving forward, these mage guys show up again, which admittedly caught me off guard big time. This level has maybe a sliver of exploration you can do here. You can grab this herb in this alleyway, blow up some barrels, and get some key orbs, but that's really it. Ninja Gaiden 2 has a severe lack of open-ended level design, so exploration feels significantly neutered compared to Ninja Gaiden 1. On the bright side, you can get your hands on another Nimpo upgrade up ahead, and you already know what I'm gonna use it on. This corpse has a bottomless supply of incendiaries you can abuse for this bridge encounter, with a box full of essence at the end. I'd recommend jumping down here, since you can hit this Muramasa statue and exchange your essence for his goods and services, and also pick up this health upgrade. The downside is that you'll have to carve through a parade of fiends to progress, but if you still have leftover incendiaries, this should be a walk. Up the bridge and past even more fiends is the next checkpoint, which is pretty merciful placement by Team Ninja standards. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I don't know what this is. He's big though. I don't want to look online for what this thing is called either, so I'm just gonna call him Ballsack. I'm not quite sure why Team Ninja decided to put a fight like this in the middle of the chapter, but Ballsack isn't all that hard to begin with. Of course, there's the obligatory Gita that makes this even more annoying than it has any need to be, but aside from that, you can just cut up his stubby little legs, block his stomp, and repeat it for the whole fight. Ballsack can also do this weird thing where he will miraculously rematerialize across the arena with zero indication and start lobbing boulders at Ryu. But aside from that, he's nothing to worry about. Once he's dead, Ballsack will gracefully elope across the bridge and descend into the water below. Mission's not over yet though. Sonya, you remember Sonya, right? Sonya's nice enough to scoop Ryu to the next half of this shit.
Be careful!
What a warm welcome. Be on your guard for this fight. If you die, you'll have to do battle with Ballsack again. Inside the actual statue is the next safe spot, and yet another test of valor, which, despite being objectively easier than the last one, I will not be doing. In fact, I'm not doing any more for the rest of the game. Sorry Ninja Gaiden 2 purists, but I'm sure you understand. This samurai statue was from the first game. In fact, this whole room is full of cool shit. Behind this glass is an Xbox logo you can use to restore all of your health. These were in Ninja Gaiden Black, as I mentioned in the last video. You can also get a lore dump here if you're interested in that. Probably the coolest thing in this room, that's not even in here, is in Sigma 2. That's right, the Dabblaro is back, but sadly only in Sigma. This thing, as expected, can put in the fucking work. The Dabblaro... Oh, sorry. Enma's Fang, with Ninja Gaiden 2's dismemberment system, is nothing short of euphoric. You can even Azuna drop with this thing? It's absolutely stupid. Unfortunately, it didn't make the cut in OG Ninja Gaiden 2, which is too bad. Dabblaro with this game's gore system would make a god tier combination, but nothing's perfect. Anyways, this room's got a key mushroom up here, and a jump scare at this window. From here on out, it's a march all the way up the statue, and it's not going to be pretty. You're going to have to contend with these flying fiends blasting you from behind constantly, along with the regular ones just being a huge pain in the ass. Incendiaries make this much easier. Up here, even after all of that, you still just gotta keep eating shit, because inside the tower is a whole ambush of Spec Ops guys, armed to the teeth and intent on measuring Ryu's anal circumference with extreme prejudice. It's all worthwhile though. I actually hollered when I opened this chest. Make sure to hit the save point before jumping up this chute. The rest of this level should be a breeze. It's mostly dealing with these guys until you reach the top.
Recognize that stink. The repugnant stench of the dragon lineage.
The final lament of an ancient creature. That's death you smell.
You humans have the lifespan of flies. I have experienced things your feeble minds could never comprehend. The music of the spheres, echoing through the cosmos. You may call me Alexei. One of the four greater beings, and master of lightning.
All in any quirky commentary aside, Alexei is a really good boss. As the first greater fiend you fight, he makes a pretty solid first impression. I think his design is sick. I dig the whole vain pretty boy trope he has going on, and the arena for this fight is nothing short of spectacular. I don't exactly know what the fuck is happening, but god, if it doesn't look cool. The music for this fight is surprisingly great, which says a lot considering this game's OST is pretty lackluster. It's actually what's playing in the video. For a change, I'm actually using the boss music. I'm just a sucker for church organs in any boss theme. I know, I'm biased. The biggest difference you may have noticed with this fight compared to previous boss fights is that It's solely 1v1. That's right, no goons here, nigga. This factor alone leaves this fight feeling much less irritating than most, if not all before it, and is a huge breath of fresh air after slogging through Chapter 3. Alexei himself fights hard, but fairly. He has 2 grab moves he can pull out, one is ranged and the other can only connect if he's close. Both have their tells and can be dodged with some practice, although the close range one is extremely punishing. It's legit like its own contained cutscene. He can summon these lightning balls, slam the ground, and turn into a literal fucking tornado. You can easily punish his grab moves as well as his combos if you're on top of the timing. I also noticed you can stun Alexei if you hit him during certain moves, and it gives you a massive window to just beat this freak like he owes you money. Once Alexei is low enough, he'll basically turn into Super Alexei, and begin glowing while dishing out his attacks twice as fast, while extending his combos. It's a huge trip if you're not expecting it, and he can turn the tables pretty quickly too. I won't even lie, Alexei was giving me a hard time for a while. I ended up fighting him for maybe an hour, before I realized that you can just combo him into oblivion with X and Y. This shreds his health, and can avoid his grab moves, on top of reliably stunning him in the process. It even puts in the work in his super phase. After about 40 minutes of back-to-back attempts, this twink is history.
Such is the fragility of evil.
Man, you're so cool, Ryu.
Ryu Hayabusa, you will pay for your sin!
Not so fast. We're not done just yet. The Dabble Aura wasn't the only thing Sigma added to this mission. Ryu's got one extra surprise after fighting Alexei in this game. Yup, this is fucking peak, ladies and gentlemen. Action games don't get much better than this. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Is this unnecessary? Yes. Is it stupid? Yes. Is it basically just a reskin of the Buddha fight from Sky City, Tokyo? Yes. But just look at this shit, dude. I won't spend too much time talking about this fight since it's really just all spectacle, no substance. But you basically pull a High Lord Wolnir with this bitch, and you break the shackles on her wrist to deal damage. Eventually, you can start laying siege to her choker with your bow, put her in a stagger state, then stab the Statue of Liberty in the forehead. That's right, everyone. Ryu just killed freedom. Alright, before we get into the next chapter, I'm gonna take a short detour. As is tradition with the Sigma games, Sigma 2 has missions with alternate characters. This takes up the 5th chapter slot in Sigma, and it features Momiji, a shrine maiden from the Hayabusa village. Momiji, as well as this little shit who gets captured, are both characters from Ninja Gaiden Dragon Sword, which was a Nintendo DS exclusive, and a direct sequel to Ninja Gaiden Black, which basically makes it a prequel to this game. I'm not really gonna get into the specifics though, since the events of that game are largely inconsequential in relation to Ninja Gaiden 2. These two just kind of appear here as a cool reference. Nonetheless, we get to play as Momiji now, which is pretty cool. Quick rundown of this chapter is that, just like the last game, these alt character missions tend to take place in levels you would have already otherwise played as Ryu. A cool thing Sigma 2 does is that these repeat levels actually switch it up quite a bit. You'll go through a few areas that were entirely inaccessible as Ryu earlier on. As for Momiji herself, she's kind of a one-trick powerhouse, with being exclusively locked to one weapon, one ranged weapon, and one Nimpo. Despite this, Momiji can bulldoze through these encounters with little resistance whatsoever. Not only that, she distinguishes herself from Ryu pretty well with her double jump ability, which lets her charge her fucking ultimate ability mid-air. No joke, once you get the hang of her, you will be slam dunking motherfuckers for breakfast. Aside from that, her Nimpo is honestly super lame. It's just a multi-hit fireball thingy. The last noteworthy thing to mention here is the boss fight. These two, the Bird Brothers. Not exactly sure why, but these two avian thugs were the first boss fight I struggled with in Sigma 2. I think I just kinda underestimated them. Really, any kind of 2-on-1 fight is going to be stacked against you any way you put it. Regardless, aside from this Nimpo attack and their command grab, which just goes cowabunga on your health bar, the Bird Brothers don't put up much of a fight. I was honestly expecting some Agni and Rudra shit since the color schemes line up, but all I got was a mediocre battle with a few tough moments. All in all, Momiji is great, this boss is okay, and I really wish I was this kid right now. Time for the real Chapter 5. So Chapter 5 opens peacefully enough, you know, nice view of Venice. They've even got Anne Orlando from Dark Souls up in here. Then we cut to this werewolf rave where we are formally introduced to the next greater fiend, and my personal favorite, Wolf, otherwise known as God himself. Wolf is a huge, crazy, four-armed lycanthrope from hell, and all he wants is a powerful opponent to fight to the death.
So fragile, the lot of them. So weak. I cannot stand another minute of this tedium. You will find me a mighty adversary. You will bring before me an opponent worthy of I, Wolf, greater fiend and ruler of storms.
I also love how all of his lines just sound straight up like he's talking over an iPhone. Anyways, shortly after he's done soapboxing, werewolves begin terrorizing the streets of Venice and turning pedestrians into kid cuisine. Ryu's not ready to be turned into dog food just yet, though. Once we start the mission proper, things get set about pretty normally. Honestly, I think this whole chapter is when Ninja Gaiden 2 really starts to hit its stride. Not only do you have an abundance of offensive options at this point, along with just general combat experience, but this chapter is pretty well balanced, aside from the very end, which I'll get to soon enough. It's got good level design going for it too, at least visually. Not a big fan of the water sections here, but it could be a lot worse. I approve of the vibe of this level though. Love the look of this place along with the castle looming in the distance. I even like the track for this level, and that's a first so far. You can pick up the dual katanas at Muramasa's shop. These bad boys make a return from Ninja Gaiden Sigma, although it's not technically true. And they fucking slap, although they could use some upgrading. It doesn't stop there though. Team Ninja decided to throw in a twofer, and you can get your hands on the Kusarigama over here. This is probably the most traditionally ninja type weapon in the whole game, but as usual, Ryu can utilize it like a fucking unhinged madman. The Kusari is kinda weird, it takes a little bit getting used to, but it has its place in Ryu's arsenal, as it has the speed of something like the Vigorian Flail, but with a good bit of extra range thanks to the weighted end. Moving forward across this bridge is our first, well, technically second, encounter with the Wolf Bros, who, as far as fiend-type enemies go, aren't actually that irritating to fight. They're definitely super aggressive, but most of their attacks have clear wind-up animations that make fighting them feel actually fun and less like a traumatic experience. These guys are going to be the main source of fodder for the next chapter or two, so get used to it while you can. Down this alley and around the corner you can find this arena with a rebirth talisman. These function the same as last time, only with one caveat. You have to actually activate them in your inventory for them to work upon death. I really like this change. It gives you a slight tactical advantage if you just want to use it for bosses. There's even more goodies here too. You can grab this box full of essence over here. You can cross this bridge into this plaza and get fucking mollywopped by a gang of feral monsters. And you can get a key upgrade. Afterwards is this fountain area with these creatures. Not really sure what they are, but they sure are fast. Are these shrimp? They have tails, but that's not much to go off of, since they also clearly have tits too, so I don't really know. Down the fountain, where you can find a brand new weapon. A fucking minigun. No, this isn't a joke either. This is real. The gimmick is that it only works underwater. A fairly common action game trope. Ninja Gaiden 2's crazy factor only goes up from here, fortunately. Goofy shit aside, this is going to be integral for the rest of the level and the rest of the game, since you're going to have to contend with these explosive jellyfish for the foreseeable future. This is basically the only thing justifying the Gatling gun's existence, besides being able to cower underwater and cheese these above surface encounters. Fighting on water is easily the worst part of this chapter, bar none. The rest of this canal is clear after this fight, and it's a straight shot to the next save point. Oh yeah, these guys are back. We're starting to get some actual enemy variety in this game. The path forward is blocked, so we'll have to find a key to open the gate. You might be thinking, oh finally, are we gonna get some actual exploration? You know, solve a puzzle. Nope, no, it's right here. Like, right fucking here. You might have also noticed this shop statue. Honestly, I'd try to either buy bare necessities or outright ignore it. You're gonna want to save your cash to upgrade your weapon soon. Moving on, Ryu kicks open this 2-story tall gate and enters a very long fight with the wolves. I completely forgot to mention this earlier, but they will throw the dead bodies of wolves you previously killed at you as a means of attack, and it hits fucking hard too. Dual Katana's got me covered for this though. I've never liked them anyways. I think I'll stick with the talons. Into this coliseum, Ryu can grab these complementary arrows and another chest with piranhas. I'd actually recommend opening it if you need a health boost. They aren't nearly as bad as they used to be. After grabbing this health upgrade, it's time to Jesus walk across the canal. Mind your step though, there's a whole minefield here. Ryu can platform up these cogs and can acquire a full health upgrade. You'll never see me use these right off the bat, since I like to save them for dire situations. Best used in boss fights in my opinion. Next is a fight in the castle courtyard. The incendiaries come in clutch, as per usual. Well, shit. This chapter's been suspiciously straightforward so far. Downright merciful by Ninja Gaiden standards. Team Ninja's gotta have some bullshit in store for the future, right? Oh boy, here we go. Itagaki was nice enough to lay out an all-you-can-eat shrimp buffet, and I am starving! Don't let the staggering enemy count fool you. This isn't as bad as it looks. Honestly, it was really easy. Ryu can just delete most of them off the planet with Flying Swallow, and execute any stragglers with ease. You can even Azuna drop these crusty-ass enemies, which can do most of the heavy lifting by itself. I'm not impressed. One minute this game is relentlessly smashing my face in, the next it's coddling me in a crib with a baby bottle. I might just be on a masochist streak, but I'm expecting more punishment from this game. On the flip side, this arena is really nice. From here on out is this wine cellar complex with this exact same purple fiend shrimp combo copied and pasted throughout the whole thing. You can go on a short detour to grab a key to get Art of the Flame Phoenix, if you're into that. It's not really my cup of tea though. Following maybe the 8th copy and pasted fight, you can get your face fucked by this trapped chest, and break through this crack in the wall here. Sweet! Time for more man-made horrors beyond my comprehension. Thanks, Itagaki. If you're just dying to know what's in this Test of Valor gate, it's not the worst combo in the world, but I'm not gonna do this one either. Not in the mood for this shit. Not like the required path forward is any better though. This arena is easily the worst out of this chapter. You're either forced to fight on the water while being bombarded, or on the world's smallest piece of dry land. Don't try Azuna dropping either, cause you'll probably end up dive bombing into the water, leaving Ryu wide open. Deal with the shrimp as they come, and let the flying ones dive at you. Easy peasy. Ryu can then swim down this big hole, where he'll find himself in this place. Man, this place sucks. It really speaks for itself. It's full of these fish. Yes, they will attack you, so it's best to just stay under the surface. You need to make it to the right side of this pantheon over here, preferably unmolested. If you do get molested, well, just try your best to fend the fish off. Once you're up on this collapsed pillar, open the chest, and you're home free. Oh, shit. Right. I almost forgot about this guy. This ice dragon dinosaur abomination is not good, as are most of the non-Greater Fiend fights in Ninja Gaiden 2. I'll save you the trouble of getting ass whooped back to back. Don't attack this shithead directly. You'd be surprised how effective just using a bow is. Just sit here for like 2 minutes and give this dude free acupuncture. Apply it directly to his skull. Obviously, charging the bow will get you the most damage, and 20 arrows should be more than enough to get you by. His attacks are dead simple, and the only one I'd worry about is when he summons his fish army, which seldom ever happens to begin with. I don't have much else to say about him really, except for one thing. Sigma 2. You get a fucking 16th century cannon in this level in the wine cellar segment, and holy fucking god, does it suck total ass, dude. But the saving grace is that it makes this fight a total cakewalk. It's basically the same shindig as this, only Ryu has a piece of historic artillery at his disposal. This is the shit that killed Napoleon, dude. And somehow, it's still total garbage. In specific instances like this, though, it gets the job done. We've got a long way to go before Ryu's out of the Aqua Capital for good. We still gotta get to the castle. Only way out is through, I guess. So the trick here is to actually tiptoe besides the fish to avoid attracting attention.
Killer fish from San Diego.
Oh cool, there's a shop up here. Ryu's built quite the savings from the last chapter. Upgrading the talon seems like the right choice here. And the dragon sword is a given too. Whatever's left is gonna be spent on healing. The final upgrade for the talons leaves Ryu looking drippier than a 20-year-old faucet. Just look at this dude. Ice the fuck out. Dragon sword on the other hand, it's always the same. Moving on through the cave is more forced interaction with these fish, which is more tedious than it is challenging, and just a ton of platforming. These shrimp just can't handle this shit. Look at this slaughter. Here over yonder is the end of this cave area, and I didn't talk about the visuals of this place much earlier, but I really do like it. Maybe it's a mix of old gen nostalgia and genuinely good art direction, but it's a nice change of pace from the urban environments we've been in all game. Wow, this platforming fucking sucks. Luckily, you can get this health upgrade if you ended up succumbing to gravity like I did. Once Ryu's finally across, there's a save point here and a whole shrimp farm up ahead in this tunnel. Great place to test out your upgraded weapons if you haven't had the chance already. Also a great place to job like a huge bitch. I ignored this like a dumbass my first time going through here, but you can pick up an info upgrade on this guy's corpse. Use it as you see fit. I've got no concrete recommendations if you haven't maxed out the wind blades already. Here's a big evil door. The skull key from earlier allows passage within, where Ryu finds himself on a massive pile of leftover dinner. But in all seriousness, what purpose could this pit of human bones have served to the civilian populace? Were they just okay with this shit? The Bone Jr. enemy type makes its debut in this room, and these guys are a pain in the ass. But it could be a lot worse. The biggest thing to look out for here is definitely their grab attack, but besides that, you can chain ultimates together and knock this out pretty quickly. Windblades makes this a breeze too. You know, there's something really suspicious about a huge landfill of human remains. Can't put my finger on it though, but something doesn't seem right. That skull made a glass-breaking noise. These bones are fake. Ryu just wandered into the fake bone factory. Well, shit. I guess this is what you get for kicking random human body parts around. This fight is dumb, if you couldn't tell by the gameplay on your screen. Father Bone boasts a wide variety of attacks for obliterating Ryu. He can kick rocks, summon Bone Jr., play with Ryu like a toy, do this. It's another mid-chapter slogfest mini-boss, and it's even worse than the last one. Won't be spending a lot of time talking about Father Bone since this fight isn't really all that great or interesting. You can break his ankles and cause him to tip over like a toddler and go ham on his torso and legs. Watch for his grab attacks though, because if he lands the one where he smashes his head into the wall like a fucking lunatic, you are not surviving that shit. As far as dealing with Bone Jr., I hope you have a few key charges because what I said earlier still stands. Not even gonna lie, Father Bone fucked my shit up, dude. There's so much going on during this battle, the Xbox 360 can hardly keep up. Some of this footage is slightly sped up just to make it fucking watchable for viewing audiences such as yourself. That was the worst thing to contend with in this fight, personally. Actually, no, I lied. The worst thing about this boss is that the game can't handle it. It hard crashed. The console shut down. Itagaki, I kneel. Jesus fucking Christ. I am so glad that's over. Father Bone was nice enough to open the rest of the level for Ryu. What a great guy. And now we're back to the usual parkouring across the... Okay. Not that. A lovely $1 for my hard work. Make sure you stay on top of your best behavior during this. There's no save point for a while, and if you die, it's back to fighting Father Bone again. Wouldn't be an issue if the rest of this cavern wasn't a literal fucking death run. The shrimps are here, Bone Juniors are running amok, the chests are fucking trapped. Just run. Just run, dude. The end of the cavern is across this jump and, oh, okay, it's over. Goodbye. Video's over. Video's over. Wait! I was wrong. We are so back, guys. If you managed to successfully wall jump, then congratulations. You're out of the caverns, but only 25% through this godforsaken level. At least it's nice out. Even Wolf's enjoying the balmy summer weather.
Finally, a worthy adversary has entered my castle. Excellent. He shall be given a most fitting welcome.
just sneezed so hard it destroyed the city. Well, so much for the nice weather. Hi guys. This is the part where Chapter 6 picks up. The whole atmosphere has changed, figuratively and literally. And I love this shit. As nice as the city was before, I've always liked more apocalyptic looking settings in my action games. There's not going to be much enemy variety for the remainder of this level. There's enough anthropomorphic wolves in here to put a furry convention to shame. Granted, the shrimps do show up again from time to time. But honestly, this is kinda it for the rest of this level, so I'm not gonna go too much into detail for each encounter. Just gonna highlight the major ones. The level 3 talons fuck things up, but the level 3 dragon sword fucks things up even harder. I'd suggest using it if you want the rest of this to be easy. I know constantly Azuna dropping these shrimps seems cheesy, but hey, if I've learned anything, it's that Ninja Gaiden 2 isn't meant to be played, it's meant to be beat. I don't even want to know what's in there. It's high time Ryu sieged the castle. Well, fuck, I didn't expect that to stop the guy. Wonder where the next best place to enter would be. Fans of the Dark Souls games know this one. Yeah, just go off to the right. You can go off to the left for a key boost too, but be ready for some smoke. More gargoyles? Daring today, aren't we? Just ignore these clowns. The real action is on this rooftop here. The chances of you getting hit are slim, but not zero. So keep an eye out. Once that's said and done, you can peep the other side of this roof. Looks like this guy didn't subscribe to Brain Alert. Ryu can fling from these poles, through the window, and into this arena that kinda sorta looks like that room with Mundus in DMC1. By the way, wind blades are your best friend here. I will never understand why this game gives me keys then has me look for doors. Seems like the other way around makes more sense. Through here we can find this dude faded as fuck on the ground, presumably because he pussied out from this lethal fucking hotbox session through this door. Ryu smoked that Dark Dragon pack before, so this is nothing to him. The fuck were these guys cooking? Behind these barrels is another health upgrade, and look at that, all 9. Again, I'd use it for emergencies only. Forgot I had this Nimpo upgrade though. Finally, a save point. Up here is the fucking evil goon meetup. I also showed the Kusarigama some love here. I don't use it all that much, but I promise, it's still good. I hate to bring up Dark Souls again, but is this just a Japanese game design thing? Why does every Japanese game containing castles have this same hall layout? This is the same shit in Dark Souls 2 and Bloodborne. Tangents aside, through here you can see a tranquil family enjoying a nice dinner. The Kusarigama is really putting in the work. Man, the Dragon Sword is really putting in the work here. After the dining reception, Ryu can bust open the entrance to Wolf's personal goon cave. This guy's a sick fuck. I can't show this on video. Ryu can pick up yet another key and push onwards through the castle. Shit, no way. Actual human enemies. It's been like 2 missions. This is actually such a nice break from the werewolves. Legit never thought I'd be actually relieved to see these guys. Once that's over, Ryu can climb this chimney that leads into another room. What fucking purpose does this serve? As a matter of fact, most of these rooms are just porcelain boxes full of enemies. I usually have praise for this game's level design, but this area was pretty lazy. Up another chimney and Ryu's back outside. This chapter has been pretty merciful with the save points too. Nice to see. You can hit this shop statue on the other side with a few chests. I'd say stock up on whatever you may need. This is the last shop for the chapter. Oh hell yeah. Hope I don't regret it. After that, the throne room is right up ahead, and... okay. I don't know why this encounter is necessary, but goddamn, the Kusari is a beast. These wolves aren't even an opponent for this shit, and it's only level 2. Here's the conveniently placed key to the throne room. Hopefully we can actually fight Wolf now.
Not here.
Oh, or not. What a dick. You have just become a victim of deception. No cool boss fight for you. Just another encounter with these red variants. Easy stuff at this point in the game. Eventually, Ryu can finger this chair to open a hatch. What purpose this could have served is anyone's guess. I just assume it's some kind of evil villain trapdoor type shit. It does lead to this fetid ass dungeon area, so I'm probably in the right ballpark. After you hit the statue, you can grab this herb and be on your merry way to the Colosseum, where Wolf has apparently prepared a venue befitting a duel to the death. So now it's just a mad dash down the castle walls we just came through. Most of it isn't too bad, except for this. This bridge is your final fucking test before you're man enough to face God himself. I can't believe Team Ninja actually figured out how to create the least fun or engaging encounter I've ever witnessed in an otherwise insane video game. Nothing here is to be enjoyed. At least it's over pretty quickly. Am I stuck? What's happening? Oh. Oh, awesome. They can get stuck in the world geometry. I'm fucking soft locked. You can't kill them either. If you couldn't tell, I'm having the time of my life. If you're lucky enough not to get soft locked, the path ahead leads right to the end of this level. Where did Wolf even manage to accumulate all of these werewolves? Where did the people of the city all go?
Behold! Observe closely this human.
I love how he says human like a slur. Wolf goes on and gives his promo speech on how badly he's gonna fuck up Ryu at this year's WrestleMania.
Who do you wish to see destroy him? Yes, Wolf, invincible ruler of storm.
Wolf starts going over. The crowd loves him. They start barking his fucking name. His theme starts playing, and Wolf steps out into the ring. Wait, that's all? That's the end? I'm just as surprised as you... I'm just as surprised as you guys. I didn't expect him to die that easily. Now the real boss fight starts. Killing Wolf nets you the Eclipse Scythe, Ninja Gaiden 2's heavy hitter in Ryu's arsenal. Basically this game's answer to the Dabalaro, and oh my lordy lord does this thing fuck! Ryu becomes the walking manifestation of the Grim Reaper when he pulls this shit out.
Is that the Grim Reaper?
Despite how unleashing this massive can of whoop-ass can turn most enemies into shreds, this encounter with the wolves is honestly somehow harder than Wolf himself. I don't know if it's just because I have the Dragon Sword up to level 3, or if Wolf is just this much of a jobber, but he's really the easiest boss in the game so far, and easiest Greater Fiend by a wide margin. The freak show that comes afterwards is more difficult, mostly because the game is fucking chugging at a snail's pace again, and that a crowd of enemies is usually harder than one singular boss. As far as arena design goes, this is definitely one of the cooler Coliseum arenas I've seen in action games. Having an active crowd in the background can really elevate your arena by magnitudes. Who would have thought? Nonetheless, after Ryu has thoroughly slaked his thirst for blood and violence, Sonya drops in to commit total Lycan death and scoop up Ryu. you'll never guess where she's dropping him off next. But before we get into that, we gotta take another short detour to Sigma 2. So, this Sigma exclusive mission puts us in the shoes of yet another alt character. And if you were paying attention to the intro, or if you watched the last video, you already know who this is. That's right, the Fiend Hunter is fucking back, and she's actually wearing clothes now. Rachel once again graces us with her presence for this mission, and honestly, it's my favorite alt character chapter in this whole game. First, let's just talk about Rachel. Some of you guys might remember that Rachel's kit wasn't all too good in Sigma 1. In fact, all she had going for her was this big ass Warhammer. In Sigma 2, the Warhammer is still here, with most of its moves carried over, which is sick. But what really steals the show here is Rachel's new Type 666 heavy machine gun. What if I told you that this gun's barrel and ammunition are stamped with an anti-demon icon called an Elder Sign, making it more effective against demons? What if I also told you the bullets are 13mm explosive steel rounds alloyed with silver, melted from a Vigorian cathedral cross? Needless to say, there's no freak around who can eat these and come back for seconds. Also, her hammer was literally forged in the fires of hell. Yeah. What the fuck happened between these two games? Regardless, Rachel is fucking insane in this game. Her rifle adds a really nice dynamic layer into combat that characters like Ryu and Momiji just don't have, although Ryu does just have far more depth in general. You can basically just mow down enemies without ever touching the hammer if you really wanted to, though you'll be pretty vulnerable in the process. Not only that, but her hammer can combo and even parry into her fucking rifle blasts, which is completely outrageous. This shouldn't be allowed. She also has this blood magic Nimpo, which looks flashy, but in reality is kinda shitty. Like I mentioned earlier, a lot of Rachel's signature moves are back, like this mid-air throw move, but she's got some new tricks too, like this crazy fucking obliteration attack that only works on headless enemies. Also, the fiends in this level are weird. They can walk around headless, but I digress. As far as Rachel herself goes, she still looks fine as hell. She's got a ton of outfits that you can use in the menu, but I'm pretty sure I can't show some of these on YouTube without some major repercussions, so I went with the most halal option. Anyways, let's talk about the actual level. Yep, we are back in New York, but this time the sky is dark red, and Rachel's tracking down a very familiar face. Clearly, Rachel's not the only one from the last game that's returned. Marbus is here too. Remember Marbus? Anyone? I don't blame you if you don't, but he was the second, well, technically third to last boss in Ninja Gaiden Black/Sigma. He was the guy in the snot dimension. Ryu killed him, but now he's back. Now you're caught up. Rachel pretty much just fights through the streets of New York City, with half of the mission taking place in a whole new area we never explored as Ryu, which I can give Team Ninja some major props for. Would have been way easier just to throw us into the same shit we went through a few chapters earlier. I will say, the maroon sky and metropolitan atmosphere is giving me some really, really bad flashbacks. Most of the mission is legit right here on this construction site list. Up some scaffolding, and oh, okay, we're already at the boss.
You have fiend blood in your veins. Are you searching for the Dragon Ninja as well?
Maybe I am.
Somehow, I suspect we have different reasons for seeking him out.
It doesn't matter. You'll never find him. Now go back to the underworld where you belong.
A fragile little doll, trying to take on a greater fiend. Very well. Show me what you can do.
well, here we are again. His moveset is not exactly one-to-one with the first game, but most of his moves are here, and I already talked about them. He's not that much harder either, especially with how cracked Rachel is in this game. Even with the obligatory Gita factor thrown in, he's still a complete pushover. His ground pounds and torpedo attacks leave him wide open, so just bait, smash, repeat until death. I guess you could also mag dump Marbus to death too, if that's your thing. Rachel's anti-freak rifle doesn't do significant numbers on his health, but with enough patience you could whittle him down to the nub of his HP bar. Really, no matter how you cut it, Marbus is a walk in the park. Rachel ends up giving him the Nosferatu Zod treatment and slices off his left horn. Marbus falls to his death like a baby, and Rachel manages to solve New York's shitty weather problem.
Night has lifted. Dawn has come.
Also, the Statue of Liberty? What? I guess it crawled back onto shore. Whatever malevolent spirit Alexei possessed it with was nice enough to put it back perfectly in place. How thoughtful. Anyways, back to Ryu. So, if you're coming off the last video, you might remember the airship level. Whether it's down to nostalgia baiting or just plain running out of ideas, Team Ninja brought that shit back. Although this time, Ryu's just straight up attacking the shit head on instead of infiltrating.
I'm bringing us in.
Just like that, we're already in the thick of it. Only a game like Ninja Gaiden would open a fucking level like this. You get a bottomless supply of arrows for this, so it's not nearly as bad as it looks. They even gave Ryu cover in advance too. These turrets respawn a few times, so you've got to keep laying into them for a bit before continuing. Even Sonya's here to lend a hand. She is not surviving that shit, dude. Sonya just fucking died. Okay. Well, oh, what the fuck, dude? What's happening? The Black Spider Clan just unveiled its newest fucking flesh monstrosity, and they're a lot tougher than they look. I'm still not exactly sure what these things are supposed to be, whether the people inside these weaponized caskets consented to this shit or not. I don't really think I want to know. I'll just chalk this up to some I have no mouth and I'm a scream type shit. Art of the Windblades takes them out without much trouble. They also can't be executed despite technically being delimbed, so watch out for that. And they explode too. Can't forget. You can hit up Muramasa afterwards and, well, shit, I thought I'd have more money than that. Guess it's just the scraps for me today. Had to buy this shit with food stamps. The scythe's power is on full display here. Regular human enemies are hardly a challenge with this thing out. Kinda like the Double Arrow, it takes a bit of time to wind up, but when you get that momentum going, shit is going to die. Not to mention the fucking executions on this thing. Some are just completely insane. Like, check this out. Oh, I'm sorry. Most of this chapter is just going to be Ryu mowing down highly trained operatives using farming equipment, and honestly, it fucking rocks. This is perhaps one of the more fun chapters in this game, purely because it plays so by the book. No weird gimmicks, well, aside from the body horror RoboCop things from earlier, no malarkey, no fish, just purely combat and a little bit of exploration. Speaking of exploration, Down this hall and all the way around is a health upgrade, and through here is more of these caskets. I still don't really have any strats beyond just using the wind blades. Just make sure you block after they blow the fuck up. Down this elevator is Ryu's first encounter with another new enemy, who jobs immediately to the Eclipse site. They'll show up more later, but they're basically cybernetically enhanced fiend things, Evangelion type robot, I don't know, which is a concept I'm surprised wasn't explored sooner in this series. Now it's just a matter of tearing through whoever's left and booking it to the control room. Hey guys, one thing I will say about this airship is that it's much more futuristic than the last one. No carpeted floors and furnished bedrooms here, though these plants are a nice touch. Well, smashing the pilot control panel had no effect. Time to fuck up the rest of the ship. Out here's a triple tag team encounter with the Cyber Fiends, and even these guys are no match for the Wind Blades. I really dig the design on the Cybernetic Fiends. Having big fucking swords on their backs as wings is so aggressively Japanese, aesthetically speaking. It's great. Ryu's next stop after the control room is the reactor of the airship, which, as usual, is guarded by an army of jobbers. I really don't give the Kusarigama enough credit. This thing is fucking nuts. Through here is the reactor core. Ryu proceeds to murder these guys just doing their jobs, and this room is more of the same. Just break shit. Damn. Yep. That'll do it. This ship is a ticking time bomb now. Time to visit the snack bar. 2? Doubt Sonya could have survived getting hydraulic pressed in that helicopter crash, so that can only mean one thing. Dark Ryu is aboard the ship. We still can't purchase shit since Ryu is broke as fuck, so I guess one extra heal will have to do. Expect to see a lot of these rocket launcher guys from now on. This whole operation just went DEFCON 1 after Ryu triggered the reactor core, so now these guys want it wild. What? Is he really dead? Or is he just sleeping? Must be faded as fuck if he's napping through all this. Onto another control room, then... Never mind. Guess it is Sonya. Alright, definitely can't be Sonya. Maybe it's Rachel. Up here is a bat chest and a free full health upgrade. Pretty sweet. After that, it's another combat encounter with a save point, and 2 doors. Not today. No fucking thank you. Well, on second thought, it wouldn't hurt. Alright, this is pretty disappointing. I bet I could probably grind this one out, but it's not really worth my time. I've seen worse. On the other hand, this door has a new Nimpo spell, Art of the Piercing Void. Despite its fancy name, it's honestly a lot like Art of the Inferno, only you can now penetrate dudes with it. I mean you can blast on 2 guys at once. It does what it says. It pierces. Certainly one of the cooler ideas for Nimpo Team Ninja had come up with. Down this hatch is another infinite supply of arrows, and damn, looky here, the Tonfas. Ever wanted to beat the fuck out of people with a nightstick? I've got the perfect weapon for you. The Tonfa is an acquired taste, to say the least. It's the only other weapon in the game, besides the Lunar. I'm sorry I've neglected you so long, my sweet child. That deals blunt damage as opposed to slicing enemies apart. Its combos come out at breakneck speeds, but as you'd guess by being 2 pieces of wood strapped to Ryu's forearms, they don't do much damage, especially at level 1. Really, they just suck because they're not upgraded. That's the case for most, if not every weapon in this game, truth be told. I try to let these things shine as much as I can though. The Tonfa is fucking awesome when it actually works. So far this intercom dude is the best part of the chapter. When it comes to actually dealing with these cyborg fiends, the scythe really works wonders here. Paired with the wind blades, these guys are no problem. Same thing with the ones down here too. Few know this, but the Black Spider Clan also holds the world record for cultivating the world's largest fucking booger, as you can clearly see here. After the booger room, Ryu runs across a fin of the airship, decimates a hallway full of spec operatives, and hey, we're back in the reactor room. You might also notice the intercom guy counting down on the subtitles. Yeah, if he reaches 0, this entire side of the ship fucking explodes, with Ryu in it, so make sure you're on top of it here. Luckily, we make pretty good timing. Even after all of that shit, we still have more problems we need to cause. She's alive. No way. It's nice to see that Sonya has been destroying just as much shit as we have over the course of this mission. This whole reactor room is fucked up. From here on out, Ryu's just trying to get to wherever these two are. So it's going to be nothing but hallways of dudes from now on.
Calm yourself, Elizabeth. I will handle this.
Oh yeah, and more minigun turret ass blasting. Don't worry if you get lit the fuck up here, there's a save statue at the end. You'll figure out why soon enough.
How many times will you stand there?
You guessed right, it's round 2 with Genshin, and he's not fucking around this time. No fat guy boss at the end of this airship. Just like last time, he has his kunai goons in the arena with him. And to be honest, this fight is kinda easy. Like, disappointingly easy. Genshin bent me over his knee and fucking spanked me the first time I fought him back in Chapter 2. And now here, the roles are totally reversed. Once you clear out the jobber tier guys with the wind blades, you're good to hard focus Genshin for the rest of the fight. Eclipse Scythe will absolutely violate this poor guy over any other weapon currently in Ryu's arsenal. It's a little hard to get down at first, but once you're reading Genshin's openings and account for the Scythe's windup, you're going to have this dude on his knees, bowing, no, praying, begging you to use his shirt as your own personal napkin. In other words, the Scythe makes this fight trivial. Both Genshin and the fodder guys are no match for this powerhouse. Unfortunately, these two get their match cancelled early, and wow, Genshin legit does not give a fuck. Nah, they still got half a plane left. Ryu and Sonya proceed to hijack a poorly textured motorcycle, which kicks off this crazy cutscene where they're racing the airship down this mountain. Ryu might be a powerful warrior, but clearly he's not the best driver, which is historically true, and ends up trashing his new ride. But man, this day just keeps getting worse. That giant booger we saw earlier just woke up, and here's the kicker. It was never a booger. It's actually a huge fucking armadillo. Yeah, I wasn't expecting this either. What a twist. If you thought Genshin was a little easy, this is why. Here's the real boss fight of this chapter. I say this without a modicum of ironic or comedic intent. The armadillo is more difficult than Genshin by a lot. Like, a lot. This fucking creature has some of the worst AI on display in this game, doubled with the fact that its main attack when Ryu is up close is a command grab. Team Ninja couldn't be bothered with giving this thing an actual moveset, so get used to seeing Ryu exploring this thing's mouth over and over again for the rest of the fight. Other than that, it can roll around the arena, spin in a circle, and blow volcanic rocks out from its shell. Exciting. Oh yeah, and it can breathe fire. For whatever reason, this whole game is plagued with these weird, random animal-based fiend bosses that are just really fucking bad, which sucks considering the actual human-sized bosses are the highlight of this game, and are usually well designed. The visual designs are so arbitrary too. Giant fish with man face, giant on-fire armadillo, giant liquid dragon. A few chapters from now, get ready for the fucking giant worm with human skull. That's not a joke either. We'll talk about that shit when we get there. All of them rely on weird cop-out gimmick movesets that are either grab moves, arrow only, or just disadvantageous arena design that completely screws Ryu over and neuters his mobility. They aren't fun at all, and I can't possibly imagine why Team Ninja, or even La Creatividad himself, Itagaki-san, thought this would make for an engaging, amazing action experience. The last game had a few of these, admittedly, but they were sparse and at least were consistent within the context of the setting. Giant worms, underground sewer tomb area. Giant bone dragon, massive fucking grave. Nothing about this armadillo fight makes any fucking sense, and it's a shame why there's so many fights like this in Ninja Gaiden 2. Kinda brings down the experience by a lot. I digress though. You can take this thing down pretty quickly by wailing on its head with the scythe. But as soon as it enters phase 2, because it totally needed a second phase, expect to get turned into food. It will not attack. What are you saying? What are you saying? It will not stop attacking with grabs at this point, so just smack its ankles or hit its head where you can. I don't really know. I got lucky here, I'll admit, but after chipping away at it for long enough, you can eventually execute it. I have no clever quip for this thing. Just end the chapter already. Also, if you don't dodge or block here, this explosion will one-shot you. No footage of it here since you couldn't pay me to fight this fat ass ever again. At least Sonya's still alive.
Sonya.
I'm okay.
Chapter 8 is a rough one. The main greater fiend is after this mission is Zidonius, ruler of flame, who sets the tone for this chapter with some casual racism.
The mercy of the archfiend kept your lowly species alive. You ungrateful monkeys.
Not only that, Zidonius is here for one reason. He wants to make a deal.
Submit or die.
Ready to fire, sir.
I also like how literally everyone in this scene is voiced by Steve Bloom. Team Ninja really cashed out on this specific cutscene.
I am Zidonius, ruler of flame.
Chapter 8 is gonna be a bitch. Just gonna say that now. The amount of bullshit in this chapter is comparable to Chapter 3, and that's really saying something. The first half or so isn't all that bad, for what it's worth. These rocket guys that shoot volleys at you are annoying, but it's nothing Ryu's not used to at this point. Out in this courtyard is going to be your first taste, a sample even, of what is to fucking come in the future. The Mecha Fiends are back, and this time they're paired with the rocket guys, so good luck trying to focus them one-on-one. Nimpo kinda works. Not really, since these guys just respawn. But if you can bunch everyone together and use wind blades, that's probably the best way to deal with this shit. Yeah, just don't open this chest. Don't open any chest from now on, ever. 50-50 chance it will end up sending you back 20 minutes to the last checkpoint. Speaking of checkpoints, the next one is right here. Dogs? Here? Team Ninja's really spicing up the enemy variety today. Too bad these things suck. In terms of visuals, you'll notice that Ryu's found himself in a pseudo-Eastern European locale this time, a la Moscow or St. Petersburg. It certainly would have been nice to explore these levels had they been more open-ended rather than linear death runs. I know this is like the 8th time this video I've complained about this. I do like how the environmental hazards play into the militaristic visual design here though. Ryu's gotta contend with landmines, turret emplacements. The Black Spider clan is surprisingly tactically sound here with how dug in their defenses are. Ryu, however, is no stranger to steamrolling fortified locations. Once Ryu's past the landmines, we arrive at this palace building. And make sure you save, because the next encounter is nothing short of agonizing. Yeah, it's these guys again. And just these guys for like 8 minutes straight. This shit will fucking violate you, and thanks to this game's abysmal enemy balancing, isn't all too fun. So, here's my preferred way of dealing with this arena. Once again, we will be employing the method. I used this to cheese that test of valor in Chapter 3, but since this is actually required for progression, I'm putting greater emphasis on it now. I might be treading over old ground, but it's exactly how I described earlier. The method involves amputating every other enemy in the arena except for one. This keeps them mostly out of the way so you can just focus on a single enemy at a given time. The rationale behind this is to gradually exhaust the enemy spawn pool one by one until they stop coming back, leaving you to execute the remaining wounded at your leisure. The method sounds easy enough on paper, but in execution, you still have to cleave through an entire enemy encounter before you're even ready to begin singling out one guy. So there's a chance you'll just fucking die in the process. Not only that, but the method requires elephantine degrees of patience to perform. You will sit here, Azuna dropping the same guy from anywhere between 5 minutes to 20 minutes, depending on the encounter. Through the divine grace of Itagaki himself, this is one of the more brief encounters I ended up using the method on. But that doesn't mean it was easy. I ended up really having to use the arena to my advantage here, and switching between the cover of these pillars seemed to work best for me, since, despite being gravely wounded, these fucking ninjas are bound and determined to explode Ryu at any given opportunity, so they'll still toss their kunais. I used the dragon sword here, but really any weapon capable of utilizing the Azuna drop will do. After body slamming enough ninjas into ground beef, they'll stop spawning, and Ryu is free to go explore the rest of the palace. This place feels eerily similar to the monastery from Ninja Gaiden Black. Honestly, a few areas from this level give me Tyron vibes. I will admit Tyron takes a bit more liberties from Middle Eastern, borderline Tartarian architecture rather than Eastern European, but the similarities are there. Ryu needs to find a key to continue, but it's literally right here. Through this chute is the path forward. Unfortunately, the owners had it treated with ninja repellent, so Ryu is unable to enter. Okay, fucking great. We're gonna have to use the method. Again, I guess. There's no save point between here and the last kunai ninja encounter, so dying here is a major setback to say the least. The method works its magic here too, since these guys have an even smaller spawn pool than the last. Typically, a well-structured encounter in any video game will leave the player finding creative ways to deal with it, but this is literally just me exploiting the mechanics and completing it in the most banal fashion possible. Basically, if this fight didn't suck so much, I wouldn't have to cheese it. Ryu's gotta board this train to grab yet another not-so-hidden key to progress. You can grab some healing items here too, so that makes it worthwhile. The Black Spider Clan's treachery knows no bounds. No one on this train was spared. They even killed Pitbull. Finally, the next save point. Oh, alright. It's not good. Oh. It's this hairless gorilla again. Well, what'd I call him? Ballsack? I don't remember. This time he's got some serious backup too. The mecha fiends can be a little annoying, but you can honestly ignore these rocky guys until afterwards. No, those aren't your Discord pings, by the way. Stop checking. Zidonius has a nice one-on-one combo with Ryu, and then fucks off to a watchtower or something. I don't know why he doesn't just kill Ryu right here and now, but I guess we need some sort of reason to stretch out this level another 15 minutes. Team Ninja also thought another round of these enemies was warranted right after this mini-boss, which forced me to replay this shit a small handful of times. If you do manage to survive, this corpse has some free incendiaries you should take. Everything up until the next save point just feels like torture. There's this sewer full of these shrimp which you can snipe if you have any spare arrows. It's full of fish too, just in case you thought Team Ninja was sparing any mercy for this section. I was unfortunately forced to use the Life of 1,000 Gods you can pick up right here, literally seconds after acquiring it. Usually I reserve these for special occasions if I'm low on health, but here it was an absolute emergency. Once Ryu's out of the sewer, the next checkpoint is in sight. Huzzah! There's a shop statue too, but it's guarded by you-know-who. Team Ninja is obsessed with using these guys. Ryu's pockets are lined, but not lined enough. Just gonna have to settle for heals. Again. The fuck? Is he okay? Team Ninja was extra spiteful when creating this mission. If you feel like saving after making your purchase, I hope you're ready to fight. Yeah, just keep going after buying your shit. Up here, Ryu must contend with the mechanism. Despite the enemy choice here, this is probably one of the more creative arenas in Ninja Gaiden 2, and that much I can appreciate. The falling off the gears can be a pain in the ass. Ryu can also fall into these massive fucking cogs, which promptly eviscerates anything caught within it, but so can your enemies, which makes for a fun bit of dynamic action. Even though some of the platforming can be a bitch here, I really don't mind some of the combat sections in this Willy Wonka-ass level design. Nothing like a little bit of whimsy to spice up your excessively violent action game. After nearly being squeezed like a toothpaste tube, the next checkpoint is right here. That means it's time to face Zidonius.
For the one who first bestowed the precious gift of fire upon you pitiful apes. Was none other than I, Zidonius, ruler of flame.
That wasn't in my history book.
Shut up, Ryu. Zidonius continues the monologue while Ryu plays the nonchalant cool guy role. He doesn't know how hard he's about to get his ass whooped.
Yet your ancestors in the dragon lineage tried to extinguish that flame. Do you not think that foolish?
I don't care.
Then let the fires of hell consume the last descendant of the hated dragon lineage.
Zidonius is maybe the second worst greater fiend in this game, right next to Elizabeth, who Ryu has yet to fight. We will thoroughly discuss that fight when it comes, But for now, Zidonius is the worst Ryu's faced so far. Apart from his badass design and cool voice, there's little more to appreciate about this guy. He has unavoidable damage, can spawn in enemies mid-fight, and worst of all, has the most drawn-out grab attack in the whole game, rivaling Alexi's from earlier. His fireballs and his ground pound are the two attacks that will fuck you over the most, both dealing damage that is either near impossible to avoid, or outright is just guaranteed to hit Ryu. In a very weird way, Zidonius feels a lot like Marbus from Ninja Gaiden Black, but just really poorly balanced. They both spawn in two goons mid-fight, throw balls of fire, fly around sporadically, and have a ground pound attack. Marbus was no angel either. Don't think I forgot that back-to-back boss rush run-up, you goat-faced fuck. But the fight itself wasn't even close to being this insufferable. If Zidonius brings out the Shrimp Feast, just throw in the towel. They're buffed compared to the ones you usually face and will tank anything you throw at them. You can reliably cheese them by whipping out the Eclipse Scythe and spamming the mid-air combo repeatedly, throwing in some Flying Swallows here and there to stun them. That's about it. That's all I've got. I hope you have at least one heal in store for this, because you will take damage, and you will be fucked over in numerous bizarre ways. Just try and dodge his balls as best you can. Air comboing keeps Ryu out of range of his grab moves, strings, and can even evade his ground pound from time to time. Aside from that, Zidonius' arena is okay, I guess. I've seen better Clock Tower arenas, and his theme is completely forgettable. So enjoy this song instead. See you in hell, you edgy dork.
Sensation.
Righteous flames will cleanse the earth of your kind.
I'm burning. Burning.
Ryu somehow survives this. It's gotta be divine intervention at this point. Hate to do this again, but Sigma's got another alt chapter. Last one, I promise. Here's a clue on who's up this time. Some of you guys might recognize that flower petal kunai from the last video. You already know what the fuck is going on. We get to play as none other than Ayane, the purple girl from Ninja Gaiden Black. Although technically she's not even from Ninja Gaiden, she's from Itagaki's other IP, Dead or Alive. Her involvement in this series is largely just referential, since Itagaki rebooted Ninja Gaiden from the classic series after his work on DOA gave him a higher position in Team Ninja. Ayane, for whatever reason, is here, and is assisting the Hayabusa clan in their efforts against the resurrection of the Archfiend. Which is weird, considering she sided with Murai in the last game, and only turned the other cheek after all the chaos was said and done. Whose fucking side is she on? She's not even a member of the Hayabusa clan, she's a descendant of the Mugen Tenshin clan. A totally separate entity with its own goals and affairs and history that I won't get into because the DOA lore would need a whole video in of itself. Ayane is here. We can play as her. Cool. Autistic tangents aside, this mission is actually really fun. Ayane is completely nuts, and the Aqua Capital looks incredible at night. Like, Team Ninja knocked this night aesthetic out of the fucking park. From the lighting to the music, it's a slam dunk. I take back what I said in the last chapter. This feels like Tyron more than anything. And I think Team Ninja knew what they were doing too, since they left this musical motif from the last game in this cutscene. Ayane herself pretty much plays like a crackhead, where Rachel's moves felt deliberate but powerful, and Momiji's moves were wide and sweeping. Ayane's moves feel like you just slammed 300 milligrams of I am fucked up pre-workout and chased it down with a mountain of cocaine. She's faster than Ryu could ever dream to be, and even has her own Azuna drop. Fucking crazy. Her Nimpo is this giant blast type attack that spends way too long charging up. And finally, she's got exploding shurikens on top of it all. What a fucking kit. The downside is that she probably deals the least damage out of anyone in the game. Or it might just be because these enemies are absurdly tanky. Makes sense considering how fast her combos can come out. She can even use her Azuna drop during her ult. Basically, she's powerful. Just like Momiji and Rachel, she's even got her own selection of outfits you can use. I'm not even going to say anything about these, I don't think I'm allowed to. According to the lore, Ayane was 14 in the first game, so that makes her 15 years old here. I'm not trying to catch a case, so I just went with this. It's a Japanese game, guys. Please remember what we're playing. This is pretty much the Aqua Capital mission from Chapter 5 and 6, but it diverges here at this alleyway. I noticed this mission is also really gracious with the heals. You find them in every corner. Not complaining either, Ayane gets thrown into some harrowing encounters here and it will have you on your toes. Even though these enemies, especially the kunai guys, are tanky, it's a world of difference compared to OG Ninja Gaiden 2. These dudes are well balanced and aren't up your fucking asshole 24/7. Even the weird Cthulhu fiends are here. Jesus, they're just throwing everything at the poor girl. The toughest fight is here in the final arena. Looking back, it wasn't as long as I thought, but man, when I was playing, this shit felt like I was fighting tooth and nail. I actually started tryharding here for the first time, and then I realized, you know, Sigbit 2 really isn't as bad as most Ninja Gaiden peers say. These side missions are a good time. It just sucks that the gore was neutered so bad. Also, reused missions got dumbed down a lot, so that is also true. But hey, I'm having fun, so that's all that really matters. Ayane eventually gets jump scared by this huge buff ball lady. She's Obaba, another character carried over from Dragon Sword, one of the main antagonists to be exact. She's carrying the dragon's eye and the giant grape attached to her body, so naturally, Ayane's here to vivisect that shit. She ends up smacking this old bitch to Kingdom Come. Not even gonna review this boss at all. She like twirls around and fours Ayane, that's it. But Ayane ends up reclaiming the dragon's eye, which we will see later. There's this post boss scene with Obaba still writhing on the ground, and Kasumi from Dead or Alive is here too. But again, just a reference, guys, totally won't have any kind of involvement or implications in future Ninja Gaiden titles. I promise. Once again, back to Ryu. While we were back in the Aqua Capital, Ryu's been marinating in bog water for the past few days. Chapter 9 is a shorter one, well, on paper it is. Realistically, I spent a small lifetime on this level, and you'll see why in a bit. This chapter showcases some of Ninja Gaiden 2's AI at its absolute worst. It starts off innocent enough. We have this nice midnight rainforest locale, and this pond is full of exploding jellyfish. Ryu can't use the statue until all of these things are cleared out, so we have no choice but to sit here and spam B for 2 minutes straight. I'd invest in some heals, but only sparingly. This level actually has quite a bit of stuff to pick up along the way. The body at this lakefront has free arrows. Don't bother wasting them on the lights like I did though, you'll need them for later. This whole chunk of the mission is going to be contending with these rocket volleys while peacefully attempting to explore one of the few examples of open-ended arena design in the whole game. This section alone is packed with chests that you'll probably only investigate between being showered with artillery. There's a few ways of dealing with this. You can try a mix of ranged and melee combat. I'd recommend taking on some of the fights here face to face. The guys on this platform are accessible from here, but it's easier to snipe them. I appreciate the tribal look of this level from a purely visual standpoint, but it really reminds me too much of that one mission from RE5 where you're like murdering native Africans by the dozens. I wouldn't have minded some kind of tribal/spiritual type enemy for this section. It would be great to break up the constant monotony of the same copy-pasted Rocket Ninja for the 8,000th fucking time. Looks like I spoke too soon. This isn't exactly what I had in mind, and it's really just the same old shit, but really fast and on the water. I don't think I even need to tell you that this is beyond irritating. If your reaction time is quick enough, you can snipe them with your bow, and really that's the best way to take care of them, even if it is a pain in the fucking ass. This is something of a bad omen to come. Basically every new enemy that Ryu faces from now on will be some kind of poorly designed freak of nature, relying on cheap gimmicks instead of well-balanced attack patterns. Once the path is clear, naturally you'd head to this glowing disc to check out the way ahead, but you need to backtrack for a key item to proceed. This is where Team Ninja decided it would be genius to have you repeat the same fucking encounter you just spent 5 minutes on all over again. You really are a national treasure, Itagaki. I fucking kneel. For what it's worth, this is a great opportunity to check if you missed any chests. This chapter isn't all too promising so far. Can't get much worse from here though, right? Well, yeah, things cool down for a bit. There's some light platforming, a pretty basic encounter in this mangrove, and more rocket bullshit. I'm positive there's an item over there to the right, but I really don't trust myself around these jellyfish. Wow, the next point is already here. Guess Team Ninja got their shit together. Alright, what the fuck. These bugs make their triumphant return here, and honestly, just use the Kusari's ult technique here. Not only will it reliably shred everything in here to bug soup, but you'll get a whole lot more essence for it as opposed to just using Nimpo. Ryu can then bust this huge nut open and explore this green tube. Welcome to the domain of the bugs. They spawn here in droves. Running all the way back and ulting with the scythe will clear things up pretty quickly. You can sit here and ultimate technique all of these guys for a huge money boost, but it's very time consuming. How fucking long is this tunnel? There's pockets with these giant tonsils you can break for free orbs, but the real star of the show is right here at the end. This thing needs no introduction, no cutscene, no special moment. This is single-handedly the worst boss in the entire character action genre, and I mean that. I can say this with confidence. And just to set the record straight, I say this without a trace of sarcasm or facetiousness. The giant worm skull boss in Team Ninja's 2009 hit, Ninja Gaiden 2, for the Xbox 360, the world's best action game running on the world's most powerful hardware, is an insult to the very medium of gaming, and a complete failure in every aspect of design. This was so fucking bad. I felt the need to analyze exactly why this is so shit and explain it in excruciating detail, so you can know what this was like for me. So you understand what I went through for 4 hours. It utterly fails in every regard to be challenging, entertaining, or even interesting. This fight revolves around the worm chasing Ryu around this massive green tunnel, which Ryu's only options are to either evade his pursuer by hiding in these outcroppings, or directly facing him. The only way to do this is fully charging an ultimate technique, then attacking head-on. Conceptually, this sounds fine, maybe the gimmick is a little weird, but hey, gotta make it interesting somehow, right? Either deliberately, or through human error, or maybe just through sheer incompetence, this boss fight does not reload Ryu at the beginning, rather 15 minutes before, at this save statue, prior to even entering the cave. The run-up for this boss can take upwards to 15 minutes if you die. Okay, pretty shitty, but that means you have to be brain dead to die to this thing, right? Well, call me Lenny Small because I must be fucking retarded. The giant skull worm has a grab move, because of course it does, that will one-shot Ryu at full health, sending you back to the save point to do it all over again, just to get one shot. Again. I truly do believe whoever coded this boss should be embarrassed. Actually, no. Team Ninja should be embarrassed for ever letting this shit slide into the release copy. I think they were, since this entire section is cut from Sigma 2. If this was Itagaki's doing, maybe Team Ninja really is better off without him, because this is actual bad game design. This isn't fun. Fun. Fun? Fun? Am I having fun yet? This is about as fun as chugging drain cleaner. I only ended up beating him because I was waiting for him in the tunnel and noticed he never came. I did some investigating until I started hearing loud shuffling. I found the worm. The coating shit itself and he got stuck on a wall, so I proceeded as normal with the ultimate attacks, and that was that. You might chalk it down to a skill issue, but I will stand by the fact that if your game has a grab attack that will one-shot the player and send them back without so much as a nearby checkpoint, that is a problem. This is stupid. Worm Jr. has come out to play. You can freely ignore this section. It'll lag a little bit when you're walking away, but it eventually clears up. But whatever you do, don't look back. My god, they've evolved. No one is safe. Well, would you look at that? The Vigorian Flail. These still hold up pretty well in this game. In fact, they're really fucking good in this game. In terms of fast-hitting weapons, the Kusari has some fierce competition. I'm just gonna cross this shit. I wanted to get to this save point. Here's another test of valor. We will be ignoring this for right now. My mind is currently focused on making a monetary purchase. Ryu is fucking stacked after that bug cave, so it's only natural to spend on upgrades. Looking at this screen makes me feel bad for neglecting the Tonfa and Lunar. The dual katanas were never good though. This is fly as fuck. The scythe somehow looks worse. I actually prefer the more simplistic designs of its lower levels. While we're here, it's worth to head back and clear out this lake, as annoying as it is. There's a ton of stuff here worth grabbing. And it's back to the door and... Oh! A surprise encounter. A surprise cannonball to the face, too. These chainsaw fiends are another addition to the enemy roster, and probably the last addition that's not total shit. I like them both mechanically and visually. They're a bit like the giant zombies from Black, in the sense that they're lumbering and really fucking slow, but far more dangerous by magnitudes. The chainsaw cannon combo should speak for itself. These guys don't fuck around. It's a welcome change of pace, since most enemies in this game run around like they missed their last dose of Adderall. The fish also respawn for this encounter, which kinda sours how well this encounter was going up until this point. My B button has seen better days. After that, Ryu's free to go, and the Test of Valor opens back up. This one is comparatively easy to the earlier tests, especially now that Ryu is well equipped to handle mostly anything at this point in the game. Doesn't change the fact that these are still tedious and mind-numbing, even with Ryu's expanded arsenal. I'd especially recommend avoiding this one. The reward is a Talisman of Rebirth, which normally would be priceless, but there's a chest containing one literally right here. So unless you want to be packing an extra life, this is utterly asinine to attempt. Holy shit. Oh my god. This is the final stretch for this chapter. Just these chainsaw guys from here on out. You can get this crystal skull here in the river, but they don't really do much. I'm just mentioning it here because I felt like it. The flail will positively tear these guys apart in case you needed any further convincing that this thing is still fucking awesome. Up here's the end. The view is breathtaking to say the least. It's the only mission in the game where the passage of time is present, which was something I really liked about Ninja Gaiden Black's visual design. While I get why it's just here and nowhere else, it's still a shame that they could only squeeze it into one mission here. While Ryu is taking in the scenery, Elizabeth is here and she's going to ruin the moment. Yup, here's the end boss for this chapter. I guess Team Ninja ran out of ideas for this shit. Big day for Gargoyle fans. Here's two really big ones with boss health. What is there even to discuss about this fight? You shoot them with arrows. Legit some DMC2 shit going on here. Let's just pretend like this doesn't exist. Instead, I'm gonna talk about the Sigma version of this fight. Yup, that's more like it. Ryu's matched with a fucking dragon instead of resized regular enemies. And while not being the most challenging fight ever, it's at the very least original. There's even some crazy factor in this boss. Ryu can sever its tail and switch up the dragon's moveset. It's like they put in actual effort this time. We will be considering this canon from now on. The double gargoyle fight never happened. I don't care what anyone says. To say Chapter 10 is a difficulty tweak is an understatement. Shit gets real here, and only gets more insane for the rest of the game. The visuals in shop at the very start should tell you that Ryu's in for a wild ride this chapter. I'd recommend buying up anything and everything while you can. Stock up on heals and shurikens, anything will help. We start off with some shrimp, humble compared to what's coming soon. There's a couple waves of these guys that can end up overwhelming you if you're not prepared. This might seem like a lot, but trust me, this is just a crumb, a taste, if you will. Go with whatever weapon suits you the best for this part. Personally, the flail has never ever failed me. This thing is fucking cracked in this game, and you'll see me use it literally for the rest of the chapter. The path towards the cave entrance is littered with these shrimp, and some of these fireball fiends from earlier. Try not to use up all of your resources now, because right ahead is a whole arena full of these guys. This shit's pretty fucking tough, but incendiaries can help make this go from a 10 to a 5 in terms of difficulty. And wind blades too, naturally. Arena design's not much to write home about, but the visuals of this place are bonkers, to say the least. I'll talk about this level's looks a bit later when they really hit their stride, but all I'll say now is that this chapter is where Ninja Gaiden 2 begins building a consistent aesthetic and tone. Took us only like 60% of the actual game to get here, but better late than never, I suppose. What you see here, and later in this level, the rest of the game follows suit. This is the end of Ryu's globetrotting as well, but we'll go more into that next chapter. This guy's notebook describes the barbarism of the fiends, but as with most notebook on dead guy logs we find in these games, they don't have much substance beyond Day 1. I've been assigned a mission to track down the legendary fossilized toenail. I can finally prove my worth. Day 5. Both my arms and legs have been blown into pieces. Master, I have failed you. Every single time. This guy died of malaria. He would have hated Far Cry 2. Here's the next checkpoint, and the entrance to the cave. A trend that starts here and is present for the rest of the game is that you'll notice the path ahead is a literal straight line. The efforts to conceal this game's linearity lost priority at this point, I guess. The cave's looks make up for it. This place is positively fucking evil. Fitting considering what Ryu's about to face. Sure hope you didn't forget about these guys. This is a copy and paste of Rasetsu, the jobber boss from Chapter 1, and recurring mini-boss in Chapter 2. Team Ninja pulled the gimmick of turning a former boss into a regular enemy, and if they were aiming to make this as soul-crushingly annoying as possible, they fucking succeeded, because this felt comparable to Itagaki himself coming to my house, shitting in his hands, and clapping them as hard as possible right in front of my face. The easiest way I found around this was using the scythe and ulting. That's really all I can say. You'll be doing this for a while too, since these recycled trash mobs respawn a few times over. Afterwards is a nice peaceful stroll through the cave. You can pick up a mushroom and heal for your troubles. Not sure why I thought we were done with these things. The worms are back, along with Bug Jr. This entire acid pit segment is legitimately god-awful, and yes, I said acid pit. This will fucking eat away at Ryu's health if he's caught in it. Hope you weren't saving that heal you just got for anything useful. Not sure what it is with Team Ninja and awful worm encounters in caves, but they really need to sit back and reflect on whether or not this was necessary. I'm not having a good time. You can abuse the free incendiaries in the arena and just jump around and fling shit around like a spastic, but where is the fun in that? God forbid this game actually has any type of challenging, meaningful encounter that doesn't require you to cheese it. Next room is even fucking worse. I don't even know what's happening on my screen by this point. This entire section is well and truly a fucking mess. Zero redeeming qualities whatsoever. I guess they can't all be zingers. Thank fucking God. I think that took years off my life. We can finally get to the better part of this mission. This is the temple in all of its bloody glory. For a 2009 game, I was blown away when I first saw this. There's so many moving parts and just general shit happening at any given moment, I'm surprised this game is working at all. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I'm genuinely impressed at what Team Ninja did here. This is fucking awesome. This is a level of visual spectacle to compete with the God of War games, which is no small feat. Not to mention visuals of this magnitude were basically unheard of for this series. Ninja Gaiden Black was fairly small in scale and seldom, if ever, had large set pieces. This is totally different. This is where Ninja Gaiden 2 begins to peak. I hope you're strapped the fuck in for real this time, because it gets a whole lot crazier from here. It's unfortunate since the whole game was honestly a little lackluster up to this point, but these 5 last chapters make up for it. I promise. You can hit this giant button on the ground to order another round of shrimp. Also, yeah, these guys are everywhere. Hopefully you've learned how to deal with them effectively by now. They were guarding this Ninpo upgrade. I'd suggest upgrading Piercing Void. It will become your best friend very soon. The Chainsaw Fiends are here again, finally something to break up the enemy variety for once. Don't bother trying to cheese this or whatever I was doing here. I don't know what I was doing. But just diving into the thick of it is the best course of action for any altercation at this point. The Chainsaw Fiends are easy enough if you keep your distance. Getting up close either means a cannonball to the face or Ryu's intestines get blended into soup. Eclipse Scythe has really good range on its ult, so I just kept hammering these fuckers. My god, there's a ton of these guys. Team Ninja's really starting to turn up the heat with the enemy count too. Kunais are a godsend, as usual. You know what? This game might just be one straight line, but at least it's a visually spectacular straight line. I'm eating this shit up if you couldn't tell. At long last, the next shop statue. So you know what that means. Time to stock up on heals all over again. Ryu's within pissing distance of the temple now. Just across this bridge and we're almost there. The fiends here aren't too bad, I was honestly expecting way worse. Across the bridge isn't exactly a pretty sight though. The scythe's aerial attack is maybe one of the most broken moves in the game. so it makes this a bit more bearable. It can't be that bad. You ever have zero expectations and somehow still get disappointed? It's a feeling I haven't experienced in forever until this very moment. Thank you, Itagaki. This is the most encounter ever, if I had to say. It's definitely here. It's in the game. You can play it. You can watch Ryu get vored by a worm. This is not worth my time. You get some fucking grains for this shit and that's it. I get more satisfaction from scratching my ass than playing this fucking tripe. This level looks great though. Up here's another button you can press. I don't know what the reward is though, since I couldn't pick it up for whatever reason. I also had an epiphany and doubled back to upgrade the flail. It's too damn good to keep at level 2. Level 3's gotta be splendorous. Wow. You know, at this point, I don't even care anymore. This is just free orbs. You aight, Ghostfish. Here's another truthful ranged combat section with these gargoyles. You can use the terrain for some cover here, so it's only marginally better than the other 23 we've been through so far. At the base of the temple is a whole slaughter of shrimp. This is actually not a bad fight. As much as I talk shit on the balancing of this game's AI, these guys keep the pressure on fair and square. Besides, you get a full health upgrade as a reward, which is also pretty sweet. After a grueling journey, Ryu finally made it. This temple is the legendary Pyramid of Necromantale. It's used for ritualistic sacrifice to awaken the Archfiend. Alternatively, it's also used by Elizabeth to film her bizarre fetish content for her OnlyFans. Even greater fiends gotta make a living, guys. Let's not judge. Genshin clearly doesn't approve, though.
Dagradai, glorious lord of darkness, I bring before you the demon statue, endowed with life and power once again.
This elderly man in a Spirit Halloween wizard costume is Dagradai. He's the one running the show in terms of resurrecting the Archfiend. Essentially, it's all his fault.
All is not as it should be.
Sire?
Can you not sense it? It is the eve of the arrival of the almighty Archfiend, and all the souls gathered in this place stand ready to be joined as one. Yet, a heretic of the filthy dragon lineage swaggers about, polluting our ritual with his foul stench.
That's understandable. It's been a while since Ryu showered. Probably smells like shit after what he's been through.
This loathsome intruder from our midst.
As you command.
In order to proceed ahead, Ryu must unfortunately fight this giant golden asshole. I'm skipping this, by the way. Wow, a magical box born from the ground. What luck! It's exactly what we needed to progress. Stupendous! All jokes aside, I need to talk about this staircase. This is no ordinary staircase. Anyone who has played this game knows this is no ordinary staircase. I'll just let the footage play and speak for itself. This is not edited. There are so many enemies on the screen, the game cannot handle it. The Xbox 360 cannot handle it. My room is 10 degrees hotter. My console is screaming at me. Welcome to Ninja Gaiden 2's infamous stairway fight. With so many enemies, it lags the fucking game. If I had to guess, this was Itagaki's doing. This encounter seemingly only exists because Team Ninja could do it, but I don't think they stopped to think if they should have done it. I have mixed opinions on this. Mixed is honestly an understatement. I experience a wide variety of emotions when I play this encounter. Anger, sadness, joy, confusion, fear, relief, lust, dorselessness, and even a hint of trantiveness. This fight alone encapsulates what it means to play this game. This is Ninja Gaiden 2 at its most. There's nothing here conceptually that doesn't permeate every corner of this game in some way, shape, or form. Ninja Gaiden 2's absurdity, its insanity, reaches its logical conclusion right here at these fateful steps. Why would anyone want to fight these many enemies at once? Why would anyone want to put someone through this? How could anyone play this? You could make the argument that this is a sheer, unplayable mess. But here's what I think. This is the vision. This is what Ninja Gaiden 2 is. This fight right here, this is why I made this video. This is utter Carnage in its purest form. From the enemy count, to the 5 frames per second, to the gore and limbs splattering in every direction, to the absurd concept of someone like Ryu. A disciplined, stoic, isolated warrior from a lineage of historic and distinguished shinobi, fighting in a giant blood cave lined with skulls and rivers of blood underneath a South American jungle, paired with giant flying demons, demons with chainsaws grafted to their arms, coupled with an arsenal of otherwise practical weaponry used in totally impractical ways against these guys. Who even are these guys anymore? Are they still ninjas? They're more like special units devised with the express purpose of destroying Ryu. This isn't even the Black Spider Clan anymore. This is devolved into some outlandish entity dedicated to killing one man. The Agency Against Ryu Hayabusa. They exist solely to get lobbed in a giant primordial staircase, the backdrop existing for time immemorial, just to get cut into 5 different pieces because this guy threw wind really hard. It's time to take a step back. This is completely fucking stupid. And I love every second of it. This is where things fail to make any logical sense anymore. And this is when I realized I am playing one of the greatest action games ever made. Dare I say, the world's best action game. Running on the world's most powerful hardware, the Xbox 360. Itagaki wasn't lying. He was right. This really is the world's best action game. He fucking did it. I'm having genuine fun. My knees never crash through the floor so fucking fast. And I say this for real, I kneel. Itagaki-san, I kneel. What more is there to say about the staircase? You can use either Wind Blades or Piercing Void to kill these guys in droves, then ult, then repeat until there's literally nothing but body parts left on your screen. Kusari is best for when you have enough people on your screen to fill a fucking convention center, but the flail flexes its superiority when it comes to dealing with the smaller remaining pockets of enemies that trickle in afterwards, because the staircase doesn't end after this. That would be too easy. There's much more where that came from. Now that there aren't nonsensical amounts of enemies on screen, and the frame rate stabilized, this is an actual challenging encounter instead of a goofy slideshow about the dangers of losing all your limbs. This goes on for a long ass time, and I was honestly really getting pushed here. The pressure is on too. Your last save was all the way back at the Test of Valor, so if you die, it's a long way back. These white ninjas will test just how good you think you are at this point in the game, and I was legit fucking sweating when I reached the top. This is one of the few games I am positive you can burn calories by just sitting down and playing. Eventually, you can get into a sort of rhythm with the combat, and it's just one after another. All day, every day. All day, every day. All day, every day. In all seriousness, bravo Team Ninja. This is actually the most fun I've had in this game since I started playing. Hats off. It took me 12 minutes to climb this staircase. Wow, Okay, laugh it up. Very funny. We are finally at the temple, and there's no turning back either. The only way out is through. Team Ninja was actually nice enough to put a save statue and a shop here, which is basically unheard of. I was able to afford to buy up the healing stock yet again, so whatever's next shouldn't be too much trouble. Oh, it's you guys again. Thought for sure the boss would be through here. Down here is the last stop before this chapter's finale. This is a lore dump, some kind of sacrament for the Archfiend. I don't know what's going on with this. This used to be a series about fighting ninjas. All of the fiends and monkey guys are gone. Elizabeth's still here though, and she's got her fucking yiddy out. Not taking any chances with this one. I'm censoring everything below her neck.
Arrival of the almighty Archfiend in the land of his rebirth.
And where might that be?
That is of no concern to you, Dragon Ninja. As it is here that you will die at my hand. I am Elizabeth. Queen of the greatest fiends!
She does her whole transformation shindig and also transforms on some clothes. My video has been saved from certain death. Elizabeth is not great. She's the weakest of the greater fiends despite being the queen, and she lacks in a lot of places, mechanically speaking. Now I know I said Elizabeth was worse than Zidonius a few chapters ago, but honestly, she's not as bad as Zidonius. Zidonius was bad because he's total utter bullshit, so is Elizabeth, but that can be mostly mitigated since you had an entire staircase of enemies and a lot of essence and then a shop before this. Didn't exactly have those luxuries with Zidonius. Her moveset predominantly consists of her darting across the arena at Mach 5 and stopping to throw a combo or two at Ryu, and maybe doing a grab attack or something. I can't really say much regarding her moveset because I killed her in one try, which was a first. But she'll usually attack with her giant fucking tail, or use this move that's similar to Ryu's own flying swallow technique. Honestly, I don't know what else to say about her. She's a cakewalk if you're stacked with heals like I was, so I'm gonna shift gears and show the Sigma gameplay of this fight since it took significantly longer. Still the same fight though. The Scythe's aerial attack was nerfed in Sigma, so you actually have to put an effort to win this time around. Hitting her seems to be completely random. You either land your hits or she ignores the damage completely through iframes. Sometimes she'll just fucking tank it like this. Most of the fight, Elizabeth just does this. It's not really that good of a boss, and it's a lame ending to an otherwise insane chapter. What a piece of shit. Figuratively and literally, she gets flushed down the toilet after you kill her.
I will not die. Greater fiends are eternal!
So, Dragon Ninja, would you like to know where the Archfiend will be reborn?
Man, Genshin's voice actor must have spinal issues from this role, given how hard he's been carrying this game's voice acting on his fucking back. Never gave enough credit to how good Genshin sounds.
The peak of Mount Fuji.
Mount Fuji.
Indeed. The sacred peak that casts a shadow over your village is also where you shall die.
Ryu!
Why is she here? How is she here? Did she climb the fateful staircase too?
Sonya, you cannot follow me.
What?
I can think of several good reasons not to follow Ryu.
Wait.
My path leads through the land of the dead.
Can't imagine why she's shocked to hear this. Regardless, it's off to Mount Fuji. We're almost in the home stretch now.
you going?
I am.
Your father will recover. But his condition remains grave.
I see.
Master Ryu, please, take this.
The Eye of the Dragon.
It was your father's wish that I bring it to you.
This will help. Ayane, stand back.
The true dragon sword.
Didn't say shit during that cutscene. It's one of the more genuinely badass ones in this game, so I figured I'd let it play out. It's a dead sprint to Mount Fuji from here, and we just so happen to need to cut through the ruined Hayabusa village to get there. So we're back here again. Remember that extra mission in Sigma 2 where Ayane killed that weird spider lady? This is what she was after. That mission just explains how Ayane got the Eye of the Dragon to begin with. I have a love-hate relationship with this level. It's so good, but also so bad at the same time. It's good in the sense that the tension building up towards this game's climax is palpable. The entire village is little more than burnt rubble now, covered in a thick layer of ash. Kinda a shame how the inhabitants of this place always seem to get the short end of the stick. The atmosphere of some kind of impending happening in this mission is stellar. The music really ties it all together for me, honestly. Most importantly, Ryu claimed the true dragon sword once again, meaning shit is about to get real. Just know whenever this is ever shown on screen in this game, it's a very, very big deal. The true dragon sword is the final upgrade for the dragon sword, and it turns this already versatile, bread and butter weapon into basically the alpha and omega of Ryu's arsenal. It can fit all in any role at this point, just find a target and start slashing. It is a sword so powerful, it is argued whether or not its existence is justifiable. I personally still stick with the flail though, just personal preference. But that's not to underestimate the true dragon sword's power. It's still basically the zenith of Ryu's arsenal. In terms of how this mission plays, if you thought the last chapter was a little crazy, man, this one's gonna send you to the psych ward. This mission features the final evolution of our beloved ninja enemies. They've now become suicidal. They no longer possess any concept of self-preservation and will literally grapple Ryu just to get a chance to fucking explode and deal lethal damage. We actually saw these guys way back in the first Test of Valor in Chapter 3. Yes, like I said, they put endgame enemies that early in the game. Itagaki's genius knows no limits. This is where you're meant to finally face a ninja of this caliber, so they're only slightly less annoying here. I don't have many issues with the regular tan-colored ninjas here. They're feistier than any other regular ninja enemy up until this point, but there's not much else going on here that I would call out as bullshit. These purple ninjas, on the other hand, are a complete travesty to mankind. In a perfect world, these could be removed from the game and you would actually have something that resembles an enjoyable experience. But alas,
this is not a perfect world.
These gray arrow guys are here too, in case you wanted to know if it could get worse. You will spend most of this level witnessing Ryu get lit up like a fucking Christmas tree. These purple ninjas spare no expense when it comes to pulling out their kunais, and I really don't know what to say other than keep running. If you get caught with one, you can attempt to animation cancel the damage, but with about 8 other enemies surrounding Ryu at any given time, you realize it's much harder than it sounds. The only thing I will not complain about, and the one thing that keeps this from being literally unplayable, is that they aren't tanky. You can reliably kill these guys with the combat knowledge you've gained up until this point. If it weren't for the kunai guys, this would be a phenomenal late game test of the player's combat skill. But no. Half the time you're kind of forced to use Ninpo as a kill everything around me button, because Ryu's got more sharp objects lodged inside of him than a pin cushion. This is very much a checkpoint by checkpoint type chapter. You will be returning to the same one numerous times, because you can't really trust the path ahead to not completely fuck Ryu over. These stairs down the castle walls is a good example of one of the many roadblocks for this mission. Not only that, This entire run down the mountain to the next checkpoint is utter fucking hell. Each encounter will basically be a free anal circumference test for Ryu, and they're not using any kind of lubricant. The insanity of this specific encounter can be significantly lessened by climbing the towers. It keeps Ryu out of the way of the kunais, and enemies will jump up and immediately forget the basics of CQC. Just make sure you don't do what I did. Go back and save after that shit. The courtyard reintroduces the mages. These guys have been absent from the game for several hours, but now they're back, and even worse. It might just be my inner Ninja Gaiden elitist, but something about using Ninpo here almost feels cheap. Windblades will positively remove any living thing within 50 feet of Ryu, and enemies will continue to drop red orbs when killed with Ninpo, so you can virtually continue to spam Ninpo every encounter until everyone is dead. In the same light, these kunai fuckers make it real hard to land a single hit on anything in this arena. So I think I'll just use the win button for now. Part of me still craves the satisfaction that comes from overcoming something this one-sided. If you want a free ass whooping, you can enter this room where Ryu found the talons back in Chapter 2. There's literally no reason to go in here. There's no reward. You can do it if you want to, though. Down here's the save point, and this is where I noticed that Team Ninja did a pretty good job of spacing out the difficulty in this chapter. You will inevitably end up using heals and mushrooms, but the space between each checkpoint and shop is pretty fair. With the sheer numbers of enemies Ryu is killing during any given mob fight, you're going to get a shit ton of essence, which you'll in turn spend on even more heals and mushrooms. I found myself spacing out my resources during this chapter as if I was playing a survival horror game, and honestly, I don't mind it. Every choice you make in a given fight in this mission matters. Every ultimate technique you charge, every ball of essence you either use for an ult or use for your eventual shopping spree, every herb you use, every Ninpo you cast, every arrow shot, and every shuriken tossed. If you're not thinking ahead with any of these decisions, you could very well find yourself to be completely fucked in a future battle. This could have been peak action, but these enemies suck dick, so the experience is held back by shitty enemy balance. Especially these dogs. Their grabs do 25% of Ryu's health, and they come out with no warning. Spamming Flying Swallow was the only way I could cope with this bullshit. Next we have to go up... Oh my god. We can get head for the second time here. What a deal. Here's Korea's grave from the first game. We're here to get yet another key item to progress, just like last time. This unlocks a storehouse in the courtyard area, ironically the same building Doku emerged from. This room is a whole treasure trove. There's a key upgrade, a fat wad of essence, and... this thing. Was never a big fan of the windmill shuriken. You won't see me using this much. You can charge it now though, which is nice. Now it's back across the bridge. It's beyond impressive how Team Ninja continues to find new creative ways of making their players fucking suffer. Luckily, having 5 key charges makes a world of difference. You can reliably chain your Ninpo attacks into ult techniques and deal a ton of damage to the giant ninja spiders. Inferno works too for killing anything left over. Shooting these targets can get you free orbs afterwards, as reparations for playing this far into the level. Some of you guys remember this place. And yes, this level is going in the direction you think it is. Ryu's gonna have to backtrack through the entire village, and then some. I'm a sucker for games that do the whole mission from the first game now in this game, even if it is just reusing assets. Ninja Gaiden 2 does a stellar job of differentiating this mission from the Hayabusa village in the first game. You can check out points of interest from that game and see that you're rewarded for your curiosity. You can even give head here again and get a heal. It's awesome. Also glad to see they fixed this bridge. It's just gonna be legions of these guys from here. They've even deployed the gorilla amputees. They're getting desperate. Finally, the next checkpoint. I was one... Oh, okay. The game just fucking crashed. My last save was like 10 minutes ago. Let's rewind this shit. Alright, so... as I was saying, here's the next checkpoint, and wait a minute, this place seems familiar. Not only did we backtrack through the Hayabusa village, but Ryu's path also leads through Murai's old fortress. And man, this place went to total shit. The single year we've been away has clearly not been a kind one for the Shadow Clan's fortress. It has seen better days. I was going to complain about the samurai statue not being here, then I remembered it's currently in New York. The fights here are good, not surprising since Ninja Gaiden Black had ridiculously good level design, and I love that we get to run through this fortress for a second time with a totally different atmosphere. Shit is awesome. We have come full circle. There's not much down here in terms of goodies, except for this Life of the Gods you can get in this cave. But you'll have to contend with these purple ninjas, so it's at the cost of your sanity. This rope leads to the next checkpoint, and subsequently the second to last part of this level. Well shit, the path ahead is a dead end. Can't turn back either. The objective now is just to fucking survive. Alright then. I guess we all just got really tired all of a sudden. He's here. Yes, Muramasa, of all people, has come to save Ryu's ass. Inconceivable.
But I'll never reach the top with these old legs of mine.
You fucking liar.
Waiting for you.
Muramasa's apparently too old for this shit, so after giving Ryu a friendly pat on the dick, he divulges Ryu's destiny as a dragon ninja to seal the Archfiend back into Mount Fuji.
Imprison the Archfiend deep within this mountain. Now, that job is up to you. Here, take this. You'll need your strength.
He also gives Ryu some din-din, because even the dragon ninja needs his din-din to stay big and strong. He's entrusted us with his specialty Omusubi. It is a source of balanced carbohydrates and immense power. This is the last checkpoint of the chapter. We're almost to the mountain. This is where this level's visuals start to go from gritty and dour to metal as fuck. This goes for the whole game too. Ryu's gone from navigating the ruins of his ancestral isolated Japanese village to marching through the plains of Mordor. And I'm not joking about the design shifting. Things go from straight line to massive open field real quick. You could sit here and fight everything, but Team Ninja put nothing in place to stop you from running right through. I did at least stop to read this guy's notebook. I must stay wary of the females. You and me both, Koshimaru. This game is starting to hit a little too close to home. Once again, the enemy numbers create a stupid amount of lag, so I figured it was best to thin the herd a little bit. I was here for 8 minutes killing the same purple ninjas back to back before I realized maybe this encounter isn't going to end. You can get a Life of the Gods and a mushroom off these bodies and just go on about your day. It's kind of a big missed opportunity not to make these two gargantuan arenas into proper combat encounters. Good thing Sigma 2 did just that. The exit is blocked off, so you're forced to actually fight instead of running all the way to the end of the level. A rare case of Sigma objectively improving on something from the original. The best part is that these fights are admittedly good fun. They're well paced, and this one even has a mini-boss at the end. One of the bird brothers from earlier. I actually fight both at the start in Sigma 2 as well, but I'm getting off track. Before we head to the boss, just look at this arena. The Field of Swords here is chef's kiss. Everything about this looks fucking raw. But what if I told you that this is medium rare compared to what's next?
So, you made it. Genshin. It erupts. Do you understand this?
The Archfiend quickens.
Tantrum. Never concerned. All paths before me are cruel and arduous. Our time has come. Blood shall spill, and you shall die!
Let me start by saying that this is the coolest fucking shit I have ever seen. Two ninjas dueling to their deaths on top of an active volcano. My kneecap is going to break. This is Ryu's third fight with Genshin, and I don't know if it's just because of the True Dragon Sword, or because Genshin is just that weak, but this is possibly one of the most anticlimactic fights I have ever seen. All of that flashy presentation and build-up just for me to wipe the floor with him in a minute flat. So instead, we're going back, and we'll be discussing the Sigma version of this instead, since it's better balanced in Genshin's favor. Not sure if it's just me, but he seems more aggressive here, not to mention he also has Nimpo. Genshin's moveset gets a few upgrades for this fight, namely the fact that he's now able to fucking Izuna drop Ryu and deal half his health bar. His openings are still there, and honestly, that's about it. He's still the same Genshin we've been fighting for the past 2 times, and as much as I like this fight, I gotta admit that it's lacking a lot, even in Sigma. What sets a rival like Genshin apart from, hate to bring in the obligatory DMC reference, but a nemesis like Virgil in DMC 3, is that all of Virgil's fights are mechanically different in some way. Virgil 1 is just Yamato, 2 is Beowulf, 3 is Force Edge. He still whips out Yamato during the other 2, but that's because it's established as Virgil's base moveset. Genshin needs something more than just being able to Izuna drop Ryu in order for these fights to feel distinguishable, because as it stands now, these are all basically the same. The only reason the first Genshin fight was hard was because Ryu was like a coughing baby in terms of power level. Ryu surpassed Genshin by magnitudes at this point, and it really shows. Genshin jobs here in a fight where he should be giving it his all. I wouldn't make such a big deal out of this if Genshin wasn't meant to literally be Ryu's rival, his ultimate nemesis. What's so confounding about this is that fucking Doku, from the first game, was a better rival than this. Doku's 3 fights, or 2 if you count Ninja Gaiden Black, were all different in some way, and served as Ryu's main nemesis for like 85% of the game. He was no slouch either. Doku was menacing in every single encounter. After the first Genshin fight, you don't feel that intimidation anymore. This fight, as exciting as it was, overall felt like a chore, and it sucks because conceptually Genshin is a fucking badass, and they really could have given him his time in the spotlight, but hey, at least this fight is a mediocre send-off instead of a bad one. Farewell Genshin, Ryu surpassed you. To celebrate his victory, Ryu throws himself into an active volcano.
It need not end this way, Genshin.
No cutscene for this one. I doubt it needs any kind of intro cutscene, the visuals alone say 1,000 words. If it wasn't obvious enough, Ryu has just landed face first into literal hell. Like, this is it. This is the underworld. Not sure how all of this is fitting underneath Mount Fuji, some Hollow Earth shit if I've ever seen it. There's active volcanoes inside my active volcano. This is crazy. This level looks immaculate. Hands down, this is where Ninja Gaiden 2's visuals go from 80 to 200 real fucking fast. Team Ninja pulled out all the stops for this and my god, did it pay off. Also, before we continue, my controller started malfunctioning here, so all the footage for the next minute or two is gonna look like I tried playing this shit on a DDR pad. Back to visuals though, I said in my last video that I'm more partial to abstract depictions of hell rather than more contemporary fiery lava pits. But this is a pretty damn good way to split the difference. There's enough weird shit going on here, like this giant green orb in the sky, to keep this from feeling too generic. But at the same time, it still has the classic everything is on fucking fire vibe that traditional hellscapes typically seem to have. Onto the actual level, you can snipe these guys if you want, but it's honestly just faster to kill them outright. Oh, and the armadillos are back. This is going to be the shortest out of the final chapters, as it mostly contains boss fights, and speak of the devil, here's a boss-sized arena. Oh. The armadillos are back. Do I really have to say anything else? There's 2 now. That's awesome. The flail can help here, but honestly, you're just going to be eating metric tons of shit until you get lucky. Yes, they can still grab Ryu with little telling. Yes, they still have shitty AI. And yes, they still have a second phase. Hope you didn't forget they still explode upon death. The one bit of advice I can actually give here is, don't use all of your heals, only use them if absolutely, completely necessary. You're going to need all the health you can get for this chapter. As is tradition with every action game ever, Ninja Gaiden 2 does something of a boss rush near the end of the game, and we're currently in it right now. It's the worst kind of boss rush too, since it's spaced out with shitty enemy encounters. These armadillos are just the start. Man, that fucking sucked. Let's talk about this fight in Sigma 2 just to wash the taste of this shit out of my mouth. Instead of fighting the Armadillo twins, Ryu finds an old rival waiting for him instead.
There you are, Dragon Ninja. You.
Oh hey Marbus. Wait a minute. Marbus? We get to fight Marbus here in Sigma 2.
To come to the underworld of your own free will.
Ironic? I don't care what you call it. Stay out of my way.
I'm not going to let a perfectly good chance or revenge slip through my fingers.
And it's just the fight from Rachel's chapter, but we're Ryu now. Not much else to talk about since I talked about this exact fight earlier, but it's for sure 10 times better than the Armadillos. This fight isn't exactly great, but anything is better than actual fucking garbage. Not much has changed at all from his appearance in the last game either. Long gone are the days of cat girls. Marbus has these weird guys instead. There's honestly fuck all to talk about in this boss fight. Let's just end it already. You fight Marbus here. Hooray. Moving on. We're not done just yet. There's 2 more whole boss fights Ryu needs to endure before we're through with this. Missed it here the first time, but you can get some grains in this chest before moving on. Also, I don't know why there's modern human architecture down here, nor why we saw a human body near the start. Ryu's supposed to be the first human to ever set foot here. Apparently this guy beat him to it. Not complaining though, it adds a good amount of visual spice to an otherwise already magnificent view. This huge ass valley is where Ryu's gotta go next. Then there's this fight with these dogs that sucks fucking shit. Abuse Nimpo here while you can, you won't regret it. Dying here hurt on a mental and even spiritual level. I had to fight the armadillos again. Once you actually make it to the checkpoint, the game introduces these red fiends. You can run past them, they're tanky and feel really ham-fisted for this section. You're gonna need the health anyways. This must be a sign of things to come. If there's fish in your arena, prepare for the worst. God, not you again. In case you're curious, it's literally just Zidonius again. This is the first of the 4 rematches against the Greater Fiends, who will be getting their respective ass whoopings in the next 2 chapters. This fight forced me not only to use that revive talisman I was packing since chapter 9, but also the scrumptious victuals Muramasa had painstakingly prepared for Ryu before he headed into Mount Fuji. You fucking monster. I don't know why they put free arrows in this arena, not like you're gonna be sniping Zidonius out of the air or anything. We get Zidonius' heart following the matchup. This was inside of his body, by the way. No wonder he was so fucked up. Oh. Okay. Now I know why there's arrows in this arena. This could have fucked me up big time if I hadn't noticed. You can try shooting the bow uncharged if you want to pocket this essence, but be ready to stand here for a long ass time if you're willing to nickel and dime these jellyfish for all they're worth. There's also some goods you can pick up in this arena before heading forward. Don't miss some of these. Looks good to me. Alright, one more boss fight to go. Not counting the downtime between retrying bosses, this is easily the shortest chapter in the game. Ryu doesn't cover much ground here compared to the other chapters. Maybe it works like the Nether in Minecraft, and he's actually crossing a ton of ground and it just doesn't seem that way. If that is the case, Ryu just walked so far he ended up in a different fucking game. This shit is the Shaded Woods from Dark Souls 2. The monetary earnings Ryu's made thus far have been meager, so we can only afford like a heal and some discarded eggshells and coffee grounds. Maybe even some composted orange peels if we haggle with Muramasa enough. The woods introduce yet another new enemy this late in the game. Not sure what the fuck this is supposed to be, I'm gonna be honest. We'll call them mannequins since that's like the closest simple description I can give of these things. It Takes the Cake is the most surreal enemy design in the whole game, and I don't know whether this is really creative enemy design, or if Team Ninja legit ran out of ideas and used the exquisite corpse technique and slapped some shit together. Either way, it looks badass, and definitely looks like it just crawled out of hell, so it fits. This is another fight you can freely ignore. Sticking around to farm essence is an option since they're tough in groups but easy enough to take on one-on-one. Despite this, Ryu is a man on a mission. We've got somewhere to be. Ryu's next Greater Fiend rematch is none other than God himself. Wolf has returned with a small army's worth of these centaur guys. I don't know why he says this. Our last fight probably gave him brain damage. You're gonna notice with most of these Greater Fiend rematches, the fights are almost 1-to-1 the same, with very minor differences. Zidonius had an arena filled with lava, now Wolf has pulled up with a few bodyguards. Wolf is about as squishy as ever. True Dragon Sword will tear his health bar up, but the Eclipse Scythe, his own weapon, holy fucking god, it makes this fight so easy. You can hard focus Wolf and ignore the centaurs, they'll hardly interrupt this brutal flogging, this minor dispute between two individuals. They can skewer Ryu from time to time, which is admittedly annoying, but as long as you keep laying into Wolf, it'll be over before they even have the chance. To his credit, his new arena looks sick, if only it was used in a better fight. This and Chapter 12 really bleed into each other. Honestly, not sure why these are even separate, but whatever. Here's Wolf's heart, and that leaves Ryu with 2 more Greater Fiends to deal with. Again. Dude got folded so bad it left him in the Family Guy death pose. This is gonna be the low point of the last 5 chapters. All there is between us and the end of the level is literally hallways of enemies. While Ryu's down here, there is a crazy fucking rave going on in the upper levels of the underworld. Looks like we're missing out. Not gonna go too deep into these encounters, they're all the fucking same. Not much to talk about when half the level is going to be what's on screen right now. I will say this place looks cool as all hell, no pun intended. It really makes me wish they'd gone for less linear level design. As unique as this entire endgame area looks, it's honestly wasted potential. Team Ninja could have done a lot more with this. Hell, they could have done more with less. Remember the final level from the last game? Shit looked insane, and all of that was one winding upwards path. But each arena was at least visually distinct with some enemy variety thrown in. This is just a straight line. Oh yeah, and Alexei's here. Not sure how he managed to capture Sonya, or even how she ended up down here. Did she fall into the same active volcano Ryu did? Did she listen to him? Well, at least that's one more thing to work towards. This hallway section is fucking grueling, and once you're out and in the clear, surprise bitch! Here's a legion of centaurs. Guess what? If you die, it's all the way back to the start. 15 minutes of your life wasted. The only strategy that worked for me was using Art of the Inferno. This thing really is just the fucking all-reliable of this game. Alright, that's over with. Still no save point though, so I guess it's time to pick my poison. Fucking awesome. Literally though, this is just free shit. A save point too? You're too kind, Team Ninja. There's actually a ton of fish in this room, but it's alright. Orbs are orbs after all. Now it's time to go to the other side. Ah, gross. Fuck me. Team Ninja took a page out of the choose your own adventure genre of books and applied it to game design. Instead, it's now choose your own ass beating. The rest of the combat in this chapter takes place in this yucky testicle cave. Ryu is forced to bust open these nodules in order to progress. And every single one will have an enemy inside. It's kinda like opening Easter eggs. Or, I don't know, Matryoshka dolls. The fact that these guys are either being trapped or cultivated inside these creates some disturbing implications. Some of these off to the side ones are worth opening since you can access some loot, but besides that, just open whichever ones are necessary. So far the enemy counts are quite forgiving, which is suspicious to say that... okay, goodbye. He's trapped up there. As I was saying, you'd expect the game to throw some bullshit at you by this point. Yeah, kinda like that. This is pretty bad. I'm in no position to fight this guy. Alright. At least I know what's coming. You know, it's not that bad once you get into the groove of things. Apart from being grabbed once or twice, this wasn't hard at all. Oh, not again. This game throws several of these at you. Not one, not even two, but three. Three of these fucking reused, atrocious, slop tier enemies. I spent so fucking long trying to kill this last one. Once he killed me, I actually had to take a several hour long break from this shit. It was too much. Borderline traumatic. The worst part is that the next checkpoint was right here. This is also the end of the chapter. This cavern is the last section. This area is god-awful. You have to deal with these gargoyles and then you... oh, holy fuck. I didn't know. Alright. Alright, cool. I guess we're fighting Alexei now. Also, I don't know why Sonya is dressed like this. I'm sure there's some earth-shattering lore implications somewhere in this game, that provide a solid explanation of why her attire has shifted to whatever this is supposed to be.
A beautiful canary trapped in a cage.
Stop it.
Alexei is pissed that we just cock-blocked him, so now we have to fight him a second time. I already talked about this guy, so there's not much to say that hasn't already been said. You can chain combo him with the Eclipse Scythe aerial attack if you want this to be over as soon as possible. This arena is easily my second favorite in the entire game, beat out only by what's coming in next. I legit have nothing else to say. I wouldn't even have the time if I did. I beat him in like 30 seconds. So, yeah, that leaves Ryu with one last Greater Fiend.
Ryu, I'm so sorry.
Sonya, stay here and don't move.
Maybe she'll actually listen this time. Probably not. Who knows? We've got one chapter left. This is it. We're already at the end. Got here a lot faster than I thought. Regardless, this chapter will be long. Very long. Ryu still has a lot of work to do before we're said and done. Sonya's chilling up here though. Wait. I've got an idea. Just had to make sure. In classic Ninja Gaiden fashion, Ryu's got at least 4 boss fights before the actual final one. Before we get to that though, these are the few remaining mob fights we gotta slog through. Damn, Ryu is fucking balling. This is a rare occasion, but I'll actually invest in a Rebirth Talisman this time around, along with all the heals I can carry. We've got the boss rush to end all boss rushes coming up, so Ryu's gotta be stacked at all times. These last 2 arenas look cool as all hell, but there's not much going on in here that we haven't seen 1,000 times. They brought back the fish of all enemies. Just run past this shit, we don't have time for this. Grab whatever's up here because there's no turning back now. Genshin is fucking back, and he has had enough of Ryu's bullshit. This is Ryu's final fight with Genshin, and fuck me, it is one of my favorites in this game. Maybe even the series. Only took 12 chapters, but Genshin is now back to kicking my teeth in, attempt for attempt. His Fiend form gives him a significantly bolstered moveset, as opposed to getting one new move for like the past 2 fights, and he's got some new throw attacks too. He is a fucking menace here, so I figured to celebrate, we'll give Genshin an honorable duel to the death. I elected to use 0 healing items for this fight. 1, to give Genshin the final fight he deserves, and 2, I really need these for the next 4 boss fights lined up for the rest of the chapter. No Nimpo either, like that was never an option. So, a quick rundown of the changes. Genshin can teleport now, and I'm not just saying like he'll teleport behind Ryu or some shit. He changed his teleports into his strings. He can throw flaming kunais at Ryu. I'll take flaming kunais over exploding ones any day. and all his attacks will inflict fire damage. Now, you're probably wondering, okay, that's cool and all, but is this fight actually good? Yes. This fight fucks. It fucks hard. There's a lot to love here from both a gameplay perspective and a thematic perspective. In Genshin's pursuit in killing Ryu, he has gladly forsook his very humanity in a last-ditch effort to kill him. So we've gone from honorably dueling this old veteran fuddy-duddy ninja to surviving an encounter with a literal fucking monster devoid of any reasoning. Remember, Genshin was never a greater fiend. He was just the HNIC of the Black Spider clan. His goals never aligned with resurrecting the Archfiend. He just wanted to avenge his clan, his retard-ass brother Gamov, and secure a future for his people. These are the lengths he's willing to go just for that. There's a reason why most of the notes we find in the game are just Black Spider ninjas glazing the fuck out of Genshin. He's an honorable shinobi willing to go to unreasonable lengths for the ideals and people he swears by. Kinda like Ryu. Before you say, oh well, I don't remember Ryu killing innocent people and throwing away his humanity for something as petty as a vendetta, you're halfway right. Ryu literally tore through Vigor and caused mass chaos on a city-wide level just so he could murder Doku, who, to be fair, was a pretty bad guy, but still, Ryu killed thousands, some even innocent, for a similar purpose. Sure, he was technically being secretly deceived, it was all Mirai's fault, yada yada yada. We can argue the semanticalities regarding the morality of Ryu Hayabusa all day, but when it really comes down to it, a ninja had to do what a ninja had to do. You ransacked my people, so I'm gonna ransack yours. This is Ninja Gaiden, we follow through with revenge in this bitch. Better take your sensitive ass back to The Last of Us 2. As far as other aspects of this fight go, the arena is one of the best looking in the game in my opinion. It's just mind-blowing. Genshin's new Fiend design should win some awards for how clean this is. Dude looks like he just entered fucking Devil Trigger. In terms of gameplay, I hope you're ready for an ass whooping only a rival type character could deliver. Fiend Genshin is a whole new level of intensity, and if you can't match that shit, you just gotta turn the game off. Just turn it off. There's no hope. It's evocative of not only Genshin's first fight, but honestly Doku's fight from Ninja Gaiden Black, in the sense that the back and forth type combat is ever present here. Something I've longed for since our first run-in with this guy. I can count the number of bosses in this game that possess this trait on my left hand. True Dragon Sword was my go-to for this. It always does seem to be ideal for endgame bosses, so it's no shocker. Gonna sound like a broken record here, but openings and dodging is all that matters here. Not much else. That's all I got for this fight. 1 down, 4 more to go. Farewell, Genshin.
Dragon Ninja. All grows dark and silent. I have staked my name. I have fought with all of my being. All to forge a future for the Black Spider clan. I have no regrets. Just as you have pursued a cause greater than yourself, so too have I. Dragon Ninja, take my cursed blade.
Genshin.
Absolutely useless. I gave you the everlasting life of a fiend, yet you threw it away.
God, what a dick.
Undone by your
Worst entrance I've ever fucking seen.
Even in death, you could never understand him, Elizabeth.
Never in my life have I felt the urge to smack a bitch so strongly as I do now. Here's our last greater fiend for the game, and what an underwhelming send-off we have here. Elizabeth returns to ruin our touching moment with our boy Genshin, and steal a spotlight in this arena that's way too nice for a fight as bad as this. This is the only repeated Greater Fiend fight that I'll say is somehow harder than the first go around. I don't really know why, but I struggled hard here, whereas I wiped the floor with Elizabeth the first time around. First, we gotta talk about the Blade of the Archfiend, Genshin's sword. Ryu doesn't just get his blade, he combines it with the true Dragon Sword, and holy moly, just look at the moveset. It's got fucking chapters of combos. There's at least 3 different throw moves in here. It straight up replaces the dual katanas and shares the majority of its moveset with them. It took a while, but the dual katanas are finally useful, guys. We made it. With a pair of blades so incomprehensibly powerful, you'd think this would make Elizabeth a cinch. In reality, these things aren't that great against her. They're pretty good otherwise, though. This boss just sucks. Elizabeth's openings are basically non-existent. You'll swing at her after she does a combo just to see her effortlessly dodge them somehow. It's impossible to hit this bitch. Not only that, trying to hit Elizabeth during her so-called openings usually leads to instant retaliation. As cool as it would be to use the Blade of the Archfiend for this fight, I was forced to pull it out. Woman, you're getting the fucking scythe. After reducing Elizabeth to a fibrous powder, we can gather the last Greater Fiend artifact. What do we need all these for? Who knows? Maybe Ryu can suck on these like a bag of jawbreakers. Well, that wraps up this section of the chapter. You know, Genshin wasn't all that bad of a guy. I think he deserves a second chance. Few know this, but on top of being a master ninja, Ryu is also an accomplished alchemist. You can actually attempt human transmutation at Genshin's corpse in an effort to resurrect him. Oh no. Ryu has committed a cardinal fucking sin against creation. That toll's gotta be paid somehow, buddy. His voice is different. Holy shit. He exchanged his ability to speak English. My god. Well, it's not like Ryu talks that much anyways.
Dragon Ninja.
He just applied blackface. As if this guy couldn't get any worse. Here's the third fight in this very literal march through hell that is Chapter 14, Dagradai in all of his subpar glory. It's been a while since we've had a boss fight with the Gita Factor, and I was really enjoying that. We didn't have to bring it back, guys. Not sure which bright mind at Team Ninja thought we needed to fight a fucking D&D spellsword wizard in my ninja action game, but here we are. Dagradai is maybe the worst fight in this pentafecta of bosses. He's somehow worse than Elizabeth. And it's impressive how these guys broke new ground through literal rock bottom to make another fight this game did not fucking need. Dagradai will, first and foremost, summon 3 fiends into the arena to make your experience as insufferable as possible. Next, he'll either enable creative mode, fly in the air and start casting spells, God forbid this fucker pulls out the death laser, or he'll land and do some weird shit. I don't know, he has like a combo and a grab move, because this is all the effort Team Ninja was willing to put into this guy. His lightning move is actually the fucking worst. It tracks faster than Ryu can move. How on God's green earth am I supposed to avoid this? Guess I'll just go fuck myself. If you thought avoiding his attacks was the low point of this boss, good luck landing a combo on him, because Dagradai refuses to sit still, and will continuously teleport around the arena before returning to fucking off to the sky. Awesome! This is so... Dude, this is so much fun! If I ever find myself in Japan, I think I'll let Itagaki fuck my wife. The level of personal violation I'd experience probably wouldn't be much different from how I feel playing this piece of shit boss fight. I don't even like this design. I can't look at it without thinking of Arius from DMC2. This game reminds me too much of DMC2. I could easily mistake this game for DMC2 for many reasons. And guess what? I hated that game. I like his arena and theme though. It's not playing right now because he doesn't deserve to have his theme play in this video, but it's a nice theme. Here's the link if you want it. If you want to make this fight as little of a headache as possible, the blade of the Archfiend is a good pick thanks to its iframes, and the scythe will do wonders when he's floating mid-air. Art of the Inferno helps with the fiends provided it's fully upgraded. And that's it. Have fun with that, because I know I didn't. Fuck this boss, dude.
Mighty Archfiend, fearless and supreme, my flesh and blood become your sacrifice!
Well, Ryu sure tried his damnedest, but looks like he's too little, too late. The Archfiend has been reborn, and he looks fucking disgusting. Wow. I'd look like that too if I was marinating in monster energy for thousands of years. Out of one boss fight, immediately into another. Not out of place for this series. Archfiend's on the loose and Ryu's gotta catch up to him. Good thing we're contained in this huge spiral staircase. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. The fucking Archfiend. This is the big kahuna we've been hearing about the whole game. Literally supposed to be the Antichrist. Does he live up to the hype? Are you expecting a legendary battle of epic proportions? Come on now. Don't you remember what we're playing? The Archfiend is a textbook BFB, and has the collective brainpower of a bag of rusty nails. Stop me if you've heard this one before. Ryu's gotta shoot it. He's gotta shoot it with arrows. He shoots it with arrows! And that's it. This is the whole boss. You shoot its head, then its core. Over, and over, and over again. That's it. You know, I want to make this part entertaining, but I just give up. I fucking give up. I've been pushed to my limit. This is fucking awful. Now, to be fair, Ninja Gaiden Black was no peach. The Vigorian Emperor was also a boss you fought exclusively with ranged weapons. But the stakes weren't nearly as high. The entire human race was once at the mercy of the Archfiend. It's a being of indescribable power, and somehow, it's felled by a gimp flinging sticks with a string. Fucking epic. It's a little baffling, too baffling, for me to continue to suspend my disbelief to believe that this is what we've been warned of the whole game. A threat so massive, the fucking CIA got involved just to contact Ryu to take this up. Because he's the only one capable of defeating it. This shit? My fucking neighbor Jose could solo this. Probably faster too. There's 3 phases to the Archfiend, if you can even call them phases, more like movements. He'll fuck off to an upper level, and Ryu just parkours up there, and it starts all over. He'll attack with these ghost skulls in this laser attack. Literally, just this is just fucking nefastrous. This game is just DMC2. I've been fucking gypped. This whole time I've just been playing a different game, guys. Sorry, I was lying. This isn't Ninja Gaiden 2 for the Xbox 360. The world's best action game, running on the world's most powerful hardware. This is actually Devil May Cry 2 by Capcom. These are the same game, basically. You shoot shit with projectiles, you jump on walls, the enemies are unbalanced as fuck. 90% of the bosses are so bad, tumors will grow in your brain and kill you instantly after playing. Maybe this game was never good, and I lied. This isn't Carnage perfected. This is an unfinished, half-baked hack and slash that lives in the shadow of its predecessor and remains forgotten to this day for good reason. It's not good, and it was never good, and I'm tired of pretending like it is. Itagaki was a hack all along, and I cannot believe people credit him as some kind of game design maestro when Ninja Gaiden Black was lightning in a bottle that he never replicated ever again in his entire career. I have had enough. Enough of this game. Enough of this fight. Enough of this dragon ninja circle jerk self-sucking. Enough of you. This is all your fault. I'm done. We're done. The game is over. Here's your final boss, bro. A slapped-together spectacle fight with zero substance. Ninja Kino. And all this asshole suffered was a scratch.
Ryu!
Oh my god, how did she get here?
Afterwards, we get this lovey-dovey cutscene with Ryu and his snow bunny. They climb out of Mount Fuji, and the day is saved, everyone. We fucking did it, Reddit. The Archfiend is no more. Ryu and Sonya are gonna fuck off from the mountain, and we're gonna have our happy little ending. Is what I would say if this game didn't fucking just redeem itself in the final act, baby. That's right! Here's your fucking Archfiend, nigga. The devil is real and So that cut on Ryu's arm was actually just a plot device to allow a single drop of his dragon lineage blood to drip onto the Archfiend's body, giving him a massive, massive fucking Zenkai boost. Ryu airbends out of the volcano, and here we have the final boss of Ninja Gaiden 2, the true Archfiend. I've got no heals for this one, but I did end up saving my Rebirth Talisman from earlier, and honestly that's all I'm gonna need. Super Archfiend, no clue what this form is actually called, so we're gonna go with that, is a brilliant send-off for this game, and everything about this fight is absolute chaos. I was wrong. I was wrong. I would like to apologize to Team Ninja. I, Weenop of Brain Alert, humbly bow to Itagaki-sama for creating this masterpiece of a game. and I would like to kindly reject the notion that this game is anything short of Carnage perfected. This is the boss fight I was expecting. Super Archfiend is a pretty great fight. The atmosphere and visuals are outstanding. Mount Fuji looks like it's barely holding on to reality itself, and the Archfiend himself, whew, this is a masterclass in designing evil, dark motherfuckers. This is still a BFB, but a little less on the big side, meaning he's confined to the edge of the arena, and you have to hit his arms and body to deal damage. Anything's better than flinging arrows at this point. He's got this brain blast noggin laser thing, and he can grab Ryu and deal a ton of damage. This can also cause him to stand up and start walking around, which put into perspective just how huge this guy still is. He has a chance to basically never come back down, and he'll throw a variety of ranged attacks at Ryu before crashing back into the edge of the arena. His on-stage attacks are limited, he just kind of wanders around. He's got a fair number of unused animations for this part actually, and overall a bunch of cut moves for this fight in general. This would have been a lot more drawn out and nuanced, but this game had its troubles during development, so they'll never see the light of day. Regardless, the fight in its current state kicked my ass numerous times, and I'm glad I got to experience some kind of genuine challenge before this game finished out. As far as attacking the guy goes, the Blade of the Archfiend will set him straight. The aerial attack keeps Ryu out of arm's reach of the grab attack, meaning you can beat Super Archfiend with relative ease, but your timing has to be on point. Otherwise you're getting thrown into a wall. Even then you can start wailing on his legs, so it's really not that bad. Honestly, not much else to say about the Archfiend. I could go into lore stuff, but there's not much there that's too important or interesting. Ninja Gaiden was never a story-heavy series, and I've dragged this video on for long enough. In classic Ninja Gaiden 2 fashion, Ryu finishes off the Archfiend with an obliteration technique. In a last-ditch effort, the Archfiend uses his obesity bomb technique, but, as expected, Ryu fucking tanks that shit. And that's it. That's the finale. We even get the ending music from the first game, which is a nice touch. I'm just waiting for the part where Ryu turns into a bird again. Do you guys remember that? They never explained it. They never explained why he did that. Never mind. Ninja Kino. Well, that was it. Ninja Gaiden 2, everyone. I've got quite a few closing thoughts on this game, more so than the last one, so this outro is going to be a bit longer. This game is great, no doubt. If it was shit, I wouldn't have bothered to put this much effort into this video, but at the same time, it's clearly an unfinished vision that could have been so much more. I wouldn't exactly attribute it to that one half-finished horse picture. It's more like an illustration of a horse done by a guy who was working with a pencil that was actively disintegrating as he was drawing. Team Ninja didn't have all the resources they needed to make this game a smash hit, but considering how good the game ended up being despite the limitations they had, it's honestly pretty impressive. Its core gameplay possibly suffered the least, but the enemy balancing did not do it any justice. Level design was a total step down for me. I was not at all a fan of the linear level design. It feels so much less adventurous and more like every level is a hallway, not to mention the wasted potential with the stellar set pieces they chose for the levels in question. So much more could have been done, and that really goes for this entire game. Soundtrack had its moments, but largely was generic and forgettable. The story was mediocre at best, but Ninja Gaiden Black wasn't winning any narrative awards either, so it's not a big deal. It's gonna sound weird, but I wouldn't recommend this game to anyone, except fans of the actual action game genre. This just goes for the original game. I'm not talking about Sigma 2 here. Sigma 2 is much more merciful towards entry-level people trying to get into the series, but I digress. As far as casual, I guess regular people go, you will not enjoy this game. It will suck. Every second will suck, especially on a difficulty like Mentor. It takes a certain kind of someone to appreciate this for what it is, and if you're already well versed in the action game genre, this will be an uphill challenge, but once you're used to it, believe me, it has its moments, and those moments are peak fucking action. Ninja Gaiden fans already know what's up. In terms of characters, really the only person I had a problem with was Sonya. Her role in this game, literally solely as Ryu's ham-fisted love interest, is just so weird to me. I get she's really just a reference to Ryu's original love interest in the classic NES trilogy, but they just have so little chemistry together outside of like a few moments. That's about all I can remember. They don't even have that much in common. Rachel is a better pick for a potential love interest. At least they had a common goal and both had it out for Doku for ruining their lives. Not only that, they're both powerful warriors and both have had their livelihoods impacted by their supernatural lineages. But no, here's your white woman, bro. I'm making a bigger deal out of it than it really is, but still, even just giving a character like Ryu some kind of romantic investment in another character is a little odd. He's like a brick wall for fuck's sake. I wasn't sure if Ryu even knew what sex was, let alone how to pick up on social cues. The last thing I really want to touch on is the divide between OG Ninja Gaiden 2 and Sigma 2. If anything, making this video taught me that Sigma 2 isn't even as bad as most Ninja Gaiden purists would have you believe. The amount of extra shit in Sigma 2 adds quite a bit of replayability that is otherwise locked behind OG Ninja Gaiden 2's DLC, or is just not in at all. Sigma 2 off the bat has chapter challenges which let you replay missions on whatever difficulties you have unlocked on a whim. It has ninja racing, tag missions where you can play with an AI partner, which are utter madness on the later levels. Sigma 2 in the Master Collection comes with a motion comic prequel, fully voiced too, showing the events prior to Ninja Gaiden 2's campaign. You can watch Ryu's dad as Una drop this giant red fucker. Sigma 2 manages to distinguish itself enough from the original to be able to have its own identity, rather than being a quote, flawed version of OG Ninja Gaiden 2, which is a notion I find to be asinine. You can play both and form your own opinion, but this is just what I think. They're both good, and if you can't play the original, Sigma 2 will do just fine. With that being said, that's all I've got for this game. We've got one last mainline game to get through, and that'll be the whole trilogy covered. But until then, this is it. Thanks for watching.
Darkness is destined to lift in the end. I still have much left to do.